right, let's get started here. I don't know how many times I have to tell you people. I told you once yesterday, you didn't listen. I told you once today, you didn't listen. How many more times before you smarten up and sell this stock? Save your money before it's all gone. This company's worthless. Are you going to wait till it's 19? Are you going to wait till it's 14? Are you going to wait till it's 8 to sell? Sad. You hate your money. You hate money. That's cool. Listen, you don't have to like it, but you got to tell me why you hate money. Let me see what this guy says. DL, I guess. Why do you hate money so much, man? You like losing money? You love throwing it away? Why don't even go to work? What's the point? If you're gonna buy GameStop, save yourself the trouble. Save yourself the trouble. Just stay home. Spice, what's up? These spaces are so abysmal. Spice, hello? Hello? As I said earlier, I think GameStop longs. Oh, go ahead, Kareem. Yeah.
Hey, Martin. Thanks for having me. I wanted to get your, if you were to play devil's advocate, if you were in RoaringKitty's position right now, why would you do what you did? Because I'm having a very hard time to rationalizing it.
Well, just give me 1 second. I think people who are new to investing, which includes this guy, think they can make a stock go up with their comments. And they think that perhaps, they can force a stock to go up somehow and profit off of that. It's pretty hard to do. And he has a lot to learn. When you've been in the big leagues, you know that this is kind of a stupid thing to do. But he hasn't been in the big leagues. So, he's young, going to make some mistakes, and he's learning. I think he probably overestimated his clout. And he's going to have to pay the price for that. And that happens to all of us. So why do people do stupid things? They're human. They make mistakes. It happens. Best I got for you.
Damn, it's so hard to believe that it's just pure ego or stupidity. Because this guy seems to me like an intelligent ass guy.
Look at Carl Icahn. Carl Icahn is one of the greatest investors of all time. He's 80-something. He's lost about $10 billion shorting the market over the last decade. He's been convinced the market crash is coming. His son has bailed him out by making some good investments, including in Lyft and Netflix and some others. But Carl's been bearish for a long time. He's been wrong for a long time. Does it mean Carl Icahn's stupid? No. It means he makes mistakes like the rest of us. And if you want to follow in somebody's footsteps, just realize people tried to do that with Carl Icahn. People tried to do that with Warren Buffett. People tried to do it with Steve Cohen. It never really works out because you're not them. You got to worry about your money. You got to defend that for you and your family. There's no cause here. Only cause is you getting rich. That's all you care about, buying that house. Go ahead, deal.
I I fixed my mic.
What's up, Spice?
What up, Martin Shkreli? I know this is wild, but so you have that Wu-Tang Clan album.
Yeah.
You're still gonna play that?
Ooh.
I know it's off topic.
None of your
Look back
yeah,
to
it's none of
GameStop
your
stock.
business.
Okay.
That's it. That's all you got.
What's your stock advice, but not stock advice legally?
What the fuck? I think you're in the wrong space, homie. Deal. What's up?
Mr. Shkreli, like in the case of, for example, GameStop, when RoaringKitty said that he owned 5 million shares or whatever, do you short the stock like the day after? Like, do you expect it to drop immediately or like?
It's always hard. You gotta shorting and longing either way. It takes talent. It's not easy. I'm not, by the way, very talented at it. There's a lot of people that work for me that are much better at this than me. Um, I tend to be a little more impulsive, like jump in because I don't think that it's possible to predict it anyway. So might as well just get my position in and let it go. I just air it out. But I think that the other people sit there and they think they can time it, and they take a ruler to their computer monitor, and they think they can get the exact entry point and all this stuff. And whether they're good at that or not, I don't know. But they try to time it. I think you're trying to pick up the peak euphoria. If you do try to time it, you want to pick up the time where people are really euphoric, and it's hard to assess the whole market at once because one person might be euphoric, but the average person is a 5 out of 10. But you see somebody who's a 10 out of 10, you might mistake their opinion for the rest. So some people look at price, some people look at volume. When volume starts to drop off, that's usually a good time. But look, I mean, a person declaring that they're in a stock doesn't mean anything. And I think anybody who's been on Wall Street for a long time kind of knows that.
Yeah, because like price deviates from fair value. Like it's like a intraday pump and dump scheme, if you can call it like that. But I don't know.
I mean, it's okay to be bullish on a stock nobody else is bullish on for kind of seemingly shitty reasons. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. From his perspective, I don't think there's anything wrong to follow a guy as well. I think that. Sorry, you're.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
That's all right. And thanks for coming. I think what's wrong is if you put your whole portfolio in something like this. So to all you GameStop lunatics, you weirdos, you freaks, if you have your whole portfolio in this, you deserve to lose all your money. I hope you do. But if you have 2% of your portfolio in this, 5% of your portfolio in this, even God forbid 10% of your portfolio in this, I hope you make money, man. I hope it goes to 100. And I hope you make a fortune. This is about risk management. Don't go all in. Save yourself some money for some other kinds of investments, some real investments. For example, I whipped out the Bloomberg earlier today, and I looked up other retailers worth $10 billion. Guess what I found? There's a company called The Gap that is worth around $10 billion. You tell me why GameStop's better than The Gap. Because The Gap makes money. And here in the world of business, I don't know if any of you have ever been in this world. Some of you have never had a fucking job to speak of. But here in the world of business, you don't need an MBA to know that the company that makes money is better than the company that loses money. GameStop lost 250 last year. 250 million. Big ones. 250 million bones. Yeah. The Gap, a little clothing retailer, they don't sell video games, they sell clothes. And that doesn't make them better or worse. But they somehow made $600 million. How does that work? But you want to pay the same price for each thing? That's like going to a car lot and saying, I got a, Ford Pinto from 1976 beaten up, selling for 10 grand. And you look at the right of the lot and you see pristine Lambo, gleaming, beautiful, not a scratch on it, 10 grand. And you say, I'll take the Pinto. What are you doing? Why? What's the point? Why is that a good idea? You got other cars in the lot that are a lot more attractive. Gap makes money. Bath Body Works makes money. That's another $10 billion company. I mentioned a drug company, United Therapeutics, roughly $10 billion. Company I followed for almost 20 years. Great company. Perfectly fine investment. The reason you don't like any of those investments, and you haven't even fucking spent 1 second looking at them, is because you're lazy, you're greedy, you don't want to work, and you want to get a free big profit. And you want somebody else to do all the work for you and all the thinking for you. And you want to blindly go into this praying and hoping that you get a short squeeze that makes all of your financial problems go away with this lottery ticket. It's not going to happen. You can find a stock that'll double, triple, 5x, 10x. It ain't going to be GameStop, I'll tell you that. I could be wrong, of course, by the way. I've said this yesterday ad nauseum. Nobody has a crystal ball. You guys could be right. I hope you're right. I don't care about this shit. But I do like investing. I do care about investing. I have a lot of fun investing. I've invested for a long time. I'm happy to teach you what I've learned. Sometimes lessons that have made me a lot of money. Sometimes I've lost a lot of money. And you can learn from both of those. But if you put your finger in your ears because you want this company, which was a $1 stock, $1 or $2 stock, and maybe it was undervalued when it was $1 or $2, but it went up to $100-something in this big Wall Street bets squeeze. I invented Wall Street bets, by the way. I gave birth to it. And in case you didn't know. And then it's never come back since. And there's a poster, an amateur investor poster, that now says he likes the stock. Okay. Did the company become 3 times more valuable because of that? That seems pretty dumb to me. Did the company all of a sudden start growing? The revenue starting to grow now? I mean, there's people all over the stock market that are trained to look for signs of that the company's turning itself around. But somehow, this guy figured it out. Maybe he did. I don't know. It's possible. I just don't want you to get hurt. You'll make plenty of money if you've got, even if you're all in, even having half of your portfolio. We'll start with that. Save yourself. Don't jump off the bridge. You're doing the financial equivalent of jumping off a bridge. It's stupid. How many of you are all in? If you're not all in, God bless you. You're taking a bet. I hope your bet works out. Maybe it goes up, maybe it doesn't, but you'll survive. If you're all in, you're not going to survive this, because eventually, or for 3, 4, 5, 6 years, this stock's going to be at $10, and you're going to sit there saying, man, I wish I could buy that house. I wish I could buy that car. I wish that the $10,000 I put in this stock was $50,000, but instead it's $6,000. And then another 5 or 10 years from then, you're going to say, man, I wish that $50,000 that I lost because I didn't listen to Martin Shkreli is now $300,000. But instead I had $6,000 at the time, and I did something else stupid, and now I have $2,000. You could be talking about the difference between $500,000 or zero because of your short-sightedness, your unwillingness to work, your unwillingness to be intellectually honest with yourself. Have you looked at every $10 billion car in that lot, that metaphorical lot I gave you? There's 10, 20, 30 cars in this lot, and you're the person that went into the lot and said, I'll take it. You take the first one. Who does that? Is that the smart investor? No, the smart investor goes and kicks the tires of every single car in the lot 3 times over, measures it up, and says, you know what? I'll take this one. This one I scrutinized carefully, thoughtfully, and I thought about it so hard. I looked at each car, and in this case, the metaphor is the car is a company, for some of you who are not following, which I know is most of you. I looked at this perfect Toyota Corolla. It's not the great car, but it's selling for a real big discount. They're usually worth $20,000, and this is going for $8,000. That's the best bargain in this lot. Instead, you're buying a beat-up 1973 Chevy with 100,000 miles on it, and you're paying the same price when there's a perfectly good Lambo right next to it. Why? I don't know why. Somebody tricked you. Somebody tricked you into thinking this makes a difference to somebody out there. You're not going to make any difference to Wall Street. Not going to make any difference to Ken Griffin. You're not going to make any difference to the stock market. It's going to keep going the way it's going. There's no movement. The only movement is you getting off your ass, doing some research, and trying to make some money. Maybe you can become a millionaire if you work hard. When you sit there talking about RoaringKitty, what are you, stupid? RoaringKitty? You think you're going to seek financial salvation from RoaringKitty and buying a stock where their principal product is selling video games, which, if you haven't noticed, is something you can just download these days? You don't need a store for that. The whole business premise is dead, which is why they lost $250 million last year, cash flow, which is why they have revenue declining every year for years on end, which is why this genius management team decided to pivot into NFTs, which made them like $36,000. I may be even overestimating that. This is what you want to do with your financial future? God bless you. I mean, like I said, make a small bet, see what happens. Maybe Shkreli's wrong. I'd say a year from now, we will know the truth. And a year from now, you're going to feel the pain and suffering of not listening to me. Nick, Kareem, what's up, guys?
I'll let Nick go first. I already said something, but I had a question.
Nick, you're on with God. Speak to me. My child.
Yeah, I can't hear him if he's talking. I could just go.
Yeah.
Martin, what about Citron, the hedge fund that like doubled down on the shorting? Like, aren't they also just kind of being baboons about this?
So I know Andrew not well. Eddie, every time he called my office, I hung up. I don't like him. I don't think he's that smart. Us short sellers, we don't automatically like each other. I think he's very dogmatic. You have to be very open-minded when you're a short seller because the buyers are open-minded. So he says and does a lot of dumb stuff, in my opinion. He's had some wins, no doubt about it. But he also is a mouthpiece for hedge funds. Hedge funds will send him their research, and they hope that he'll propagate it because the hedge fund's too nervous to do it themselves because they fear like they would get in trouble or get harassed or something like that. I've never had such a qualm in my life. I look everybody toe to toe, eye to eye, and tell you how I feel. You don't like it? Sorry. You want to harass me? I don't give a fuck. Here's my address. It's so I don't like Andrew and Citron. He's right sometimes. There's no doubt about that. He's wrong sometimes too. There's nobody in Wall Street you could take that for face value that's right all the time. It just doesn't exist. I wish it did. Buffett's wrong all the time. Buffett was in Johnson & Johnson, waited forever, sold at the exact wrong time. Hey, it doesn't mean he's not the GOAT, but not everything he gets is right. But imagine thinking that, RoaringKitty gets everything right. What other investments has this guy made? I'm very suspicious. Worldwide, what's up?
Do you hear me?
Yes.
I just wanted to ask what you think of the amount of slippage like DFE would have if he exited his position. Like, is there a way to calculate that?
There probably is. These days, I'm not Mr. Trader sitting here calculating that kind of stuff. I mean, I really don't care about this guy. Nobody else should either. It doesn't make a difference if Warren Buffett owns your stock or anybody else owns your stock. Every single share of this company is owned by somebody. And whether party A sells those shares to party B or party B sells those shares to party A, doesn't change the actual business, which is their business is to sell video games and other collectibles and shit like that. And it's not the business I would want to be in. It's not a business anyone else is rushing to be in, which, by the way, is a great way to determine whether you're in a good company. Are other people trying to do this business? And there isn't a person on planet Earth that wants to start a video game retailer today. There are people that want to do video game distribution, companies like Steam and others, but nobody in the world wants to start a video game retailer. It's the worst, most terrible business you can think of. So why do you want to go rush out and buy one? It'll make sense. But, this guy, RoaringKitty, Keith Gill, Deep Fucking Value, whatever his name is, there's a lot of guys on Wall Street, man. If you go sit at a trading desk at UBS or Goldman Sachs or any of these firms, and you just sit there for a day, maybe you have a friend who actually has half a brain and works at one of these places, and you say, dear friend, please, I'm a moron. Let me go work with you for one day, just sit down next to you. And he says, okay. They say, okay, no problem. And you go and you do that, and you'll see thousands and thousands of funds. And they have their own nicknames, by the way, but you don't know them because they're Wall Street guys. You'll hear about them making bets. You'll hear about them making trades, making big bets, small bets. Some of them will be wrong right away. Some of them will be right away. Some of them will take years to pay out. But there's millions of people making bets on Wall Street every second. And people with a lot more capital, people with a lot more success. You just don't know who they are because you're a rookie. No, I'm not talking about you specifically worldwide, of course. I'm talking about everybody here. So you don't know when somebody makes a big bet on Wall Street. You don't hear about it. The only thing you hear about is this fucking guy, right? So how do you know this is interesting bet? Because it really isn't. As I was saying earlier, there are 351 million shares of GameStop. That's what the company is divided into. 351 million shares. Maybe you own one share, maybe you own 1,000 shares, maybe you own 1,000,000 shares. It doesn't really matter because somebody has to own all 351 million shares. And the identities of each individual shareholder, what's that going to have to do with the business? Why? Because there's a smart shareholder there instead of a dumb shareholder there that's good for the business? It's not. It doesn't make this games fly off the shelves faster. It doesn't change the fact that e-commerce and digital distribution of games is how these things are going to work. Now, look, hardware, is a kind of thing where people sometimes you can't digitally distribute hardware, right? But and some people want to pick it up and physically hold it and say, this is my Xbox. And look, I remember some of my best memories are unboxing video game hardware, Super Nintendo and so forth. So maybe there's a role for GameStop to be in that space, and maybe they can sell USB, discs and other things like that. Who knows? But look, as of right now, they don't make money. They lost $250 million last year. A $10 billion company on average in the stock market, in the private equity market, wherever, a $10 billion market cap company is expected to make between 500 million and $1 billion. So if GameStop somehow turns around their fortunes and they start making money, that's not bullish. That's expected. It has to happen. The market's expecting it already because it says you have a 10 billion market cap. You have a $10 billion price tag on this car. If you're supposed to sustain that price, you have to become profitable. No one's going to pay for a company that's unprofitable forever. but they're paying, hoping that the new CEO can somehow get them to profitability. So even if they do, they'd have to make more than 500 million or even $1 billion to actually have the stock price go up. So you're sort of, as the stock price goes up, the expectations go up, which is really bad because the business's fortunes are not going to get better. Now, maybe Ryan Cohen could pull a rabbit out of the hat and make something happen, but why would you pay for that? You can invest in, most people with a lot of capital, they can invest in a new company that doesn't have anything to do with a company you're saddled with bad prospects of. You can put your money in a fund, a VC fund or something like that, and they can invest in all kinds of new businesses, and you don't have to overpay for it. Most new companies start with a 5-10 million valuation. So the idea that like Ryan Cohen's going to come up with some brilliant idea that's going to make the firm billions of dollars, well, everyone in the world's trying to do that. It's called venture capital. And you don't have to pay $10 billion. You're already paying him, if that makes sense. You're already assuming he's going to be successful. When the last thing he tried was NFTs. Didn't work out. So anyway, I appreciate you guys coming up. I really want to get into it with somebody who's bullish on GameStop. I really appreciate you coming up and chit-chatting, but let's get into some arguments. That's what I like. What's up, Lang?
Hear me?
Yes.
Hey, I understand that the business and finance side of GameStop might not be viable, but what do you think about the short squeeze side of it? Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks for asking. I don't really think that the idea of a short squeeze is really something to fear as a short seller, and certainly nothing to hope for as a long buyer. Where's the short squeeze today? Stock's down quite a lot, and everyone's holding the bag because they didn't want to do their homework and find a better stock. I think the stock will be at 19 within a few weeks, but I'm just guessing. I don't know for sure. Your guess is as good as mine, quite frankly, over what happens over the next 2 weeks. But over the next year, I don't see how the stock could go up. So if you're buying it hoping for a short squeeze, well, you might have bought it at $100, and then at $20, you finally got your short squeeze. It went to 30. Great, wonderful. And that's the problem with buying and hoping for a short squeeze is maybe you buy it today. Maybe you came to this, you never had any business with GameStop. You bought 1,000 shares at 26. Well, it goes to 15 and then squeezes to 20, but your average price is 26. You got hosed. Buy businesses that are valuable, that are going to go up in value. I think that, that are making money. I think this is like a terrible, terrible idea. George, you're up.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
What's up, Mark? Hey, bullish. I mean, it's a meme stock. It's a meme stock.
What does
So
that mean?
basically, it's
It's a different kind of.
philosophy of not. It's philosophy of not giving a fuck and just going for it and just hoping for the best. That's what. That's how I would say the bullish case for it is.
Okay, so
I mean, think Doge, think Shiba, and all that other stuff.
Right. I understand that maybe there are people out there that they're self-hating, they're self-destructive, they like losing money. I take my money very seriously. I don't hate money. Some people here sound like they hate money. They want to lose. I would much rather buy a company that is rock solid. For 10 billion, you can buy United Therapeutics, The Gap, or Bath Body Works. All three of those companies are profitable. But for the same price, you want to buy a meme stock that is losing money. Why? If you want entertainment, go do it somewhere else. Like, why do it in the stock market with real money?
I mean, it is basically entertainment. That's why I don't go all in, just as you said earlier. But
well, it's good.
it's a bullshit stock, bullshit move, and just if you're just aping into it, if you believe that it's gonna remain
I mean,
a meme for a while, for long enough,
well, you
then
can
you
try
can
to
do it.
believe that, but another route is to actually do your research and look at each company really carefully and study the prospects of these companies in detail, not just guessing and praying. Some people are able to turn small amounts of money into large amounts of money over time. I have a friend that started with $5,000. Today, he's worth many, many, many millions of dollars. He made careful, smart investments over a long period of time. He started when he was a teenager. But why wouldn't you want that? Why do you want to set your money on fire? Because it's funny? Because it's entertaining? I don't know. That's not the point of the stock market to me. Serenity.
Yes, Martin. Hello.
Oh, hi.
First of all, congratulations on being out of prison.
Thank you. It's been 2 years.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I came in late, so I'm not sure if you addressed this. My apologies if you already have. But
sorry.
Have you seen? What's your response to you being outed as being a short seller or having an interest in?
I am a short seller. I've been shorting stocks for 25 years.
No, in GameStop.
Oh, yeah.
I assume you've seen the video. Maybe it was fabricated. Maybe it's not. But I'm assuming you saw the video of the start of your stream yesterday, which was the complete opposite of what you now claim it is.
I have no comment on any video. If some video was started before my knowledge, then
you're saying that you're not aware that you were recorded before you started your stream yesterday.
I have no knowledge. The video's been deleted, so at the end of the day, it's as good as gone.
So you're saying that what you're saying now is what you actually believe.
I believe everything I say
before people were listening.
I believe everything I say,
except for when you didn't know that people were listening. I
don't remember what you're talking about.
All right. I know that you know what I'm talking about.
Nope. Video's gone.
All right. I'm sure that nobody on the internet will ever find it again.
Yep.
Yeah. Fuck off, you whore.
See you later. Thanks. Wow. This guy's mad. Shane. Shane, what's up? Listen, hot mics happen. My personal time, my personal life is not your business. If there's a hot mic, I can't be held responsible for what happened. That's private. Shane, what's up? This asshole. Let me try Granddad. You've been waiting a minute. What's up, Granddad?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I don't know. You probably addressed this earlier on. I don't know how long it's been going on, but I was curious why you think GME is only worth $6.
Well, the business is worth nothing because it doesn't make any money. And the rest of the company is worth its value on the balance sheet, which is its cash. And cash is worth about $6. So not too complicated.
So about the $2 billion they have right now, you don't think that Ryan Cohen, the guy who created Chewy, competed with Amazon, Petco, PetSmart, all these other pet companies? You don't think he can turn this company into something more like genuinely with the money he has?
Maybe he can, but people start $2 billion funds, right? There are people like him. They raise $2 billion, right? You with me so far? Hello?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Right. So I just want to make sure you understand what I'm saying. He can go out and raise a $2 billion PE VC fund, correct? Granddad?
Yeah, I don't need to interject every time.
No, okay. I'm asking you, do you agree he could do something like that?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. And you and I can put our respective money in there as being part of the $2 billion, right? You can put in $1 million, I can put in $1 million, and he'll have $2 billion, and he can do whatever he wants with that money using his knowledge, his expertise, his success, all of his Rolodex, all that stuff, right? To try to make us money, correct?
Yeah, continue.
You agree, right?
I'm just waiting for you to get to your point.
You agree? Do you agree or disagree?
Agree, yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. Wasn't that hard, was it? And so as the steward of this $2 billion, there are a lot of people doing this. KKR, Carlyle, we got A16Z, Peter Thiel. A bunch of people tried to do this, right? As they're doing it, or the second they get that money, do they try to sell for 5 times the money they have? If Mark Andreessen is one of the greatest investors ever, right? Peter Thiel, also one of the greatest investors ever. A lot more successful than Ryan Cohen. 1,000,000 times more successful. When Peter Thiel raises Founders Fund, people give him money, right? They don't value that more than $1. When you give Peter Thiel $1, it's worth $1 until the fund returns its investments. You don't pay $10 if you give him $2. Does that make sense? You can't value what somebody's going to do until they do it. Peter Thiel's Founders Fund may make me 10 times my money, but when I invested it, I'm not telling him I'm putting in a $1 million, but I want you to value my $1 million at 5 million. It's valued at $1 million. Then he's got to make his investments, operate those businesses, and if he's successful, which is a big if, I might get a return. So when you have $2 billion sitting on a balance sheet, sure, you got to make those investments. You got to try. But $2 billion is worth $2 billion until there's more information. And the only thing we know that the guys tried to do with the $2 billion is start a fucking NFT thing. So far, I don't know about you, but I'm not willing to value the $2 billion of their balance sheet at $10 billion quite yet. When if Peter Thiel said, hey, I want you to put in $2 billion, but I'm valuing me at $10 billion. So I have to make 5x just for you to break even. Everyone would say, Peter, you're crazy. You lost it. My $2 billion collectively that we're investing is worth $2 billion. And if you make it $3 billion, great. But I would never agree to a deal where we're going to call it $10 billion, even though I only put in $2 billion, and only after $10 billion do I share in profits. No hedge fund, no mutual fund, no VC fund, no PE fund works that way because it doesn't make sense. It's not fair. And so either one of two things are happening here. There's some latent value in the business of GameStop's stores to sell video games. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not a retail expert. Perhaps there's some way to turn this around and make it really profitable. Doesn't seem like it to me, but maybe. Or somehow you're willing to give the guy credit for $8 billion he hasn't made yet. When everyone else is trying to do that, and nobody gets credit like that. You can go buy Founders Fund Limited Partnership right now, and you're not going to pay 5 times what it's worth. You're going to pay the cash value of it. So that's kind of the way to look at, a balance sheet. I wish that every dollar of my balance sheet was credited with future things that I haven't done yet, but investors are not that generous.
Fair enough. Thanks for sharing your point. I just wanted to get a clear understanding of why you think that. But we're not talking about just what he can do in the future. We're also, got to take into account what he's already done in the past and his accomplishments.
Yeah, the NFT thing is not good. That was a big fucking zero. Makes me wonder if this is the guy that's going to lead you to the promised land. There's a lot of people out there that haven't been able to replicate their past success. And so far, the guy hasn't done anything. So, look, as long as everyone's being like sober about their possibilities that this could go wrong, they're not all in. I do wish everyone the best of luck. I don't want anyone to lose money, but to the extent you want to be ham-fisted about it, closed-minded about it, you're all in. You think there's nothing that could go wrong with GameStop. I'm definitely going to let you know otherwise. But I mean, look, I don't think the guy's a bad manager. Hopefully he can do it for y'all. But it's not something I bet on.
Yeah, I'm not closed-minded at all. I don't believe anything. Nothing's going to go wrong. Things go wrong all the time. But I am positive about his position where he's at right now.
Why not invest in?
I'm not all in this. I'm
Yeah.
invested in other companies. One that I'm really big on right now, if nobody's heard about it, AST Space Mobile.
Great.
I think it's great. I think it's going to be
Cool.
a company that's going to provide a lot. Partnered with AT&T, Verizon.
All right, cool. Well, thank you so much for that. 8-bit, what's up, man?
Yo, what's going on, Martin? How you guys doing today?
Good.
Oh, brother, I really wanted to just kind of reiterate your point, man. I kind of love the fact that you're kind of being real as fuck when it comes to Ryan, dude. Like, he hasn't done anything recently, so what?
Hey, thanks a lot, man. I just want to talk to some people that own GameStop, see if I can talk some sense into them. You sound great, but I just want to talk to some other GameStop holders, please. Swami?
Yo, what's up, Martin? Can you hear me?
What's going on?
I completely agree with your point of GameStop
boy.
being basically a shitcoin at this point.
Okay, Swami. Well, thank you for agreeing. I'm looking for people who own GameStop and are bullish on it. Vlad or Canisino. Maybe one of you two. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Hey, how's it going, Martin?
Good.
So just to give you a little heads up, I'm not all in. I do have most of my money in the S&P 500, but I believe that GameStop, represents a good opportunity.
Well, I wish you luck, man. I mean,
and if we, let's look at the fundamental business, right? So if we look at 2023 versus 2022, right? They made about $1 billion less in revenue than the prior year. Okay.
Sure. Yep.
But they lost significantly less money than in 2022.
Yeah. I mean,
and in my opinion, I don't know about you where you live.
When you say, just real quick, when you say loss, do you look at cash flow or net income?
Both.
Okay, so
primarily net income, but
yeah, on the cash flow side, they lost more money than the year before.
Okay, but my point is that their margins are clearly trending in a favorable direction in terms of they're cutting SG&A. They're cutting a large amount of their administrative costs. Would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, I hope they can get to profitability, but right now they're pretty far away from it, unfortunately.
Well, that's fair, but they have had. I mean, they were pretty close to being profitable last year. No.
I mean, I think that the way I look at it is, if you have it's around negative 240 cash flow, can they get that to a positive number? Possibly, for sure. But over the last 3 years, they've on average lost, 150 or so, maybe even 175 million on average. Revenue has gone from 6 billion to 5 billion.
Can I ask you does it cost money to close a store?
Sure, of course.
Okay, right. So they're spending money closing stores, and they're closing a lot of them, by the way. I don't know where you live, but in my region, I've definitely seen a couple of GameStops close here in northern Florida. And to me, that is bullish because, if they're making more revenue per store, right, as well as they have $2 billion cash on their balance sheet, You know, they have the potential to buy another business. They have the potential, you
Well,
know, to
any
do a lot.
company can buy another business. I mean, that's
Well,
always
not every company has $2 billion in
yeah,
cash.
but
Would you agree?
you can get 2 billion. If the Gap wanted to get $2 billion in cash, they can do a secondary or debt financing, right? It's not like
You said the Gap?
Sure. It's a company that's as big as GameStop, but they actually are profitable.
Gotcha, I see.
Same market cap, same business, retail.
Well, I'm, you know, the part that I take, because you said GameStop's worth $6, and your reasoning was that the business on its face is worth $0, but oh, they have this cash, so there you go, they're worth $6. I just think that, you know, you're almost not even including the possibility that they get to profitable in your set of outcomes.
It's possible for sure. It's
not possible. It's likely, and they're trending in that direction.
If you think it's likely, that's great. But right now, it's hard for me to fathom the video game business becoming something that can grow. And retail in general is kind of pretty crummy. Can they get to even 100 million in net income? Okay, 100 million in continuous net income. That would be worth around $1 billion. That's around $3 a share. So I'll give you the $5 or $6 of cash plus those $3, and you got $9. You still have a lot of downside from 26.
Okay, that's fair. Well, I'll at least take a 50% up from your original
estimate. You get $3 million.
But one other question, right? So let's take GameStop out of the equation. Let's just say it's not GameStop we're talking about.
Sure.
You have two companies, $7 billion market cap on both of them, but one of them, 25% of available shares have been directly registered by retail investors.
Irrelevant.
Would you say that company is worth any different than the other company? No?
Totally irrelevant.
Why is that?
Because I deal with private companies every day. I'm buying a private company as we speak. It's directly registered. It doesn't make it worth more or less. It's not tradable, but just because
those shares aren't tradable, right? Like it effectively reduces the float of the company, no?
Yeah, but it does make a difference. I mean, what difference does it make? It's still worth what it's worth, right? Like I said, there's a $9 billion company called the Gap, and they make money. Why would I buy GameStop for $9 billion when I could buy the Gap that makes money? Or Bath and Body Works or United Therapeutics or any other $9 or $10 billion company that actually has profits.
That's fair.
Those are real businesses. GameStop is a business that is.
Why do you say it's not a real business?
Well, to me, operating at a loss for year after year after year after year, certainly not a business I'd like to be in. When there's companies that operate profitable.
What about Amazon?
Well, Amazon's profitable.
Yeah, now, but there was a 10, 15-year period where they weren't.
They were growing 40% revenue every year. If GameStop did that, you'd be fine.
I don't know. I just feel like you're using arguments against GameStop that you're using for other companies, and
I don't care if it was a bullish. If I liked it, I'd be happy to ride with y'all. I mean, what do I care? I don't have any opinion. I'm not a retail guy. Like, I'm a pharma guy. I don't have any personal vendetta or whatever. I mean,
well, everyone did hear that other clip of you.
I have no comment on the clip.
That's all for me. You have a good one, man.
Yeah, thank you. What clip? There's no clip. Spanner.
Hi, Martin.
Hello.
So GameStop holder, yes. Can you strictly from a financial standpoint? So I own GameStop for the purpose of selling options against it.
Cool.
This is fun.
Yeah, that sounds pretty profitable.
Yeah, exactly. Right. I don't know how many people do this, but that's I sell covered calls and I also sell cash secured puts, which would potentially give me even more to sell even more covered calls with. But the volatility is so high that
what about beforehand? Were you doing it before the vol spike? Because that sounds like it could have been a little bit.
Well, ugly. I've been holding since 2021, so I had plenty on hand for this purpose. But I mean, I had it for this purpose, expecting this situation to recur, as indeed it did.
No, I mean, listen, if you can sell the 26 calls for $5,
Yeah,
you know, or $6, man. I mean,
it's crazy, right? Like, it pays for itself in a few weeks. Yeah. So, if nothing else, we have to give GameStop credit for creating interesting opportunities for, derivative.
And I think that's a great lesson for people, is that if you sell the straddle, you can basically get a 40% yield.
Yeah.
And as long as the stock doesn't go up or down, you get 40%, which is pretty crazy. Now that opportunity won't exist forever, and you could lose money, but it's pretty juicy. I agree.
Yeah.
If you own the stock, you could also get paid borrow. So you get paid borrow, sell the straddle, you can get close to 100% yield for doing nothing, and just praying the stock doesn't go down. Even if it goes down a little bit, you still get paid, right? So you can lose a little money.
I'm actually committed enough to the original thesis that I changed my account over to a non-margin account so that it couldn't be loaned. So I don't get paid on the borrow, but the options are enough for me.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a way to make money. I think the vol traders and all that stuff, it's a way to make money. It's not my personally, cup of tea.
Yeah, it's not a productive activity in the classic sense of the word, right? But it's fun.
Yeah. Wow, I hope you make money doing that, and I appreciate you coming up and chit-chatting. Thank you. Morant. Yes.
Pull me up, Martin. Appreciate you.
Sure.
So I want to talk about GameStop fundamentals, and we could start at the beginning because I've heard your last two calls, and you keep putting out the fact that GameStop lost cash over the last 2 years. Essentially, the last 2 years is what I want to focus on. The cash burn that was missing is the $250 million worth of marketable securities that they bought. So they didn't necessarily lose that cash. It just got switched out. That's why the cash position, the shareholder equity position, didn't shrink the amount of money that you're reporting there. So that's the misconception. GameStop.
Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just going to update my model here and pull it up on my other computer. So last year, the company lost cash flow from operations, which has nothing to do with investments, right? It's operations only.
So when you look at it from that window, right, operations is one thing to lose cash. It's what they're supplementing with the cash loss. They're supplementing interest. So they're gaining interest from their cash position. So a company is not just operations, right? It's more than that. There's assets that have value. That's why they have a thing called book value, shareholder equity in that case. So GameStop's not losing. They're actually increasing over the last trailing eight quarters. They've increased their book value, I would say, so shareholder equity.
Well, you can raise money. When you raise capital from the markets, you can raise your book value literally by selling stock, right?
Right, but they didn't sell stock in the last 8 quarters. They haven't sold stock just the first time in 3 years.
Didn't they just sell stock? And
we're not talking about that number. That number's not included on your model anywhere. They haven't even announced the completion of it, as in it's still 305 million shares outstanding, not 351 or 306, I should say.
Well, you can do what some people call a pro forma, where you can put it in there yourself. But so I still you're talking a little fast, and I don't quite understand what you're saying.
You understand. You're a short seller. You're a stock guy.
No,
you're a finance guy.
I just want to run this. I just want to run this by you again, because I really don't understand what you're saying. And yes, I have been in the markets a really long time.
I know. That's why when I talk to you with the language, so you understand.
Listen. I'm asking you.
Sure.
They have a cash flow statement.
Yes.
Cash flow from operations is negative 203.7.
Familiar.
You agree? Okay.
Yes.
That means they lost $204 million, their business, last year.
Yes, from the business standpoint, but there's more to that than what you see.
Well, hold on. What part of that is inaccurate?
It's not that it's accurate. It's saying your statement in a window, right? So there's more to a cash flow chart than just the one line you're reading. So if you go down another step It's going to show you cash generated from other activities, right? From investment activities. So
Well, how did they make money investing? Help me with that one.
How did they make money?
Yeah, they made money investing?
Sure.
Okay.
There's marketable securities. They make interest off marketable securities.
Okay, sure. Yeah. But that goes to the net income. That's on the other side of the cash flow statement.
Right. So on the other side, when you make a blanket statement to say that they're not,
okay, so that's
saying they're not a profitable company.
I don't know if you're confused or not, but that interest. Okay, so that interest is in the cash flow from operations.
Right. So when you go to the, I'm just going to tell you balance sheet, right? Per se, at the very end, when it says your net profit for the company, I'm just going to tell you.
Not on the balance sheet. Profit is not on the balance sheet.
Oh, income statement. Okay. We'll go down the line. Okay. Income statement first. Income statement first. GameStop has a positive position, a swing profit of $319 million over the last year. Trailing 12 is profitable by $6.
Okay. So they I agree with you that on $5.3 billion of revenue, they had a GAAP net income of $7 million.
Sure.
That is 0% margin, but it is, something.
So when you swing it versus last year, the $319 million swing, you don't give anything for that, right? There's just there's no transition there. There's no headed in the right direction.
If they can be consistently profitable in 2024, I think that the market is already assuming that.
Yeah, and they are consistently profitable because of the one-timers, right? Adjusted EBITDA tells you this, that the one-timers they had to commitments versus to IMX and to other things, like these one-time cash outs. When they're telling you they're cutting down facilities, closing their fulfillment centers, shutting down all of Ireland, all of that taxation that they actually are selling off profit, the assets themselves, they're netting that profit. So for next year, right now, 2024 that we're living in, you're looking at $100 million worth of profit for this year.
Have they given guidance?
Yeah, well, that's already there.
Did they give guidance?
It's written, yes.
When do they give guidance?
Read it. It's in the 10K. I don't think you've read the 10K.
Did they give guidance?
They didn't give guidance verbally. They gave it written. Go read the 10K.
So I've run publicly traded companies.
I'm sure you have, and you did it at a terrible level because you got prosecuted for it. Right? You can't run a publicly traded company anymore. You can't be a CEO anymore.
Hold on. Yes, I can. But let's talk about that some other time because it's not relevant here.
Oh, it's very relevant because you keep talking on your experience, but you're not going to talk on the fact that you've.
Well, I created $1 billion company.
Yeah, and you got criminally charged for it, like the way
I didn't get criminally charged for that. I got criminally charged for something
else. One of us here is a felon.
That's fine.
Me. It's
I'm
you.
proud of it. I'm proud of it.
I know you are.
I don't
it's
give a
your
shit.
claim to fame. That's why you're here.
President Trump's a felon too now.
Is that what he is? Because it's not
President Trump is a convicted felon. Yes.
Is that who you're going to compare yourself to right now?
Yeah.
As a libertarian, that's what you're doing.
Sure.
Okay, good. I'm happy.
I was acquitted of most of my charges.
You were acquitted. 7 years in prison. You were in a halfway house.
Trump was found guilty of all of them.
Yeah, I bet. But there's an appeal process, right? How'd your appeal process go?
It didn't go well. Most of them
exactly. I know. Don't worry. Hey,
he also
educated on all.
He also has 3 more criminal charges to go through. And I'm friends with Trump.
We'll wait for that to play out, right?
Yeah. No, I'm looking forward to it.
Okay. So now
we're friends with Trump. I advise his family.
GameStop being worth $6. Can we get back to that?
I tried to. You brought up the personal stuff.
No, I'm just letting you know where you stand, where I stand with you. I've talked to you 2 years ago, and you don't remember. I talked to you out of your halfway house, and we were talking on Spaces calls every time that you were talking about AMC and Ape. And yes, we're like everyone else.
AMC went to 0.
We know. And we knew it was going to go to 0. We told the world.
Maybe you knew. Most people did it.
I've made 1,000 videos to say it. So
okay, good for you. I don't know who you are. I
know, Martin, you're going to act that way. It's okay. I have.
There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people that thought that were bullish on AMC, and they got hosed.
Yeah, but I just think it's a private equity play, right? So I think private equity gets put out in front of you, and they put out misinformation to manipulate crowds and outcomes. And you would agree that that's how it happens?
No. What are you talking about? Private equity, like KKR?
Yeah, any of them. Yeah, Apollo.
What do they have to do with public markets?
You don't think they have anything to do with public markets?
Not really.
You just named a company like the Gap, where private equity is embedded in them, where they have debt of over $5 billion, long-term debt, $5 billion, compared it to GameStop, where there's 0 long-term debt.
Well, there's
you're saying that's the company you'd rather be invested with.
Credit is not private equity.
No, that's who they're borrowing from. Like, think about it this way.
Well, these are financial firms.
Yeah.
In general, but yeah.
Yes. So who's willing to expand during an inflationary period, the macro environment you're currently in?
Okay.
It would be like death sentence to GameStop to expand right now, more so than to pay off their liabilities. You understand current ratio? Current ratio for GameStop is an all-time high. Rather than saying what the top line revenue is falling off, understand that current ratio for GameStop is 3x. That means assets versus liabilities are 3 times better. The sheet is stronger than it's ever been. So it's not $6.
Yes,
I'll give you another thing. I'm going to give you another thing. $6 when we say cash, right? And we talk about market, and we're talking about shareholder equity. There's not a single company that you want to name that trades off of 100% of book value. They trade off of 1/5, 1/6.
Sure,
like if I name Walmart, they're 1/6 equity per share, 1/5 equity per share max.
Course, yeah.
So GameStop should be $30 if they're 1/5 equity per share.
That's not the way.
How's that
way
rule
most
work
people
for
do
everyone else,
valuations.
not for GameStop?
People value companies based on earnings. GameStop doesn't have
earnings. So when GameStop shows that they're a profitable company, like they already have, what is the bear thesis then?
Well, they lost money last year. I don't see any guidance.
How did they lose money? We already established that they didn't lose money.
No, you didn't establish anything. You
keep talking about
you that you're establishing, but I see the number. It says negative
6.7 million. That's what it says.
203.7.
6.7 million.
That's net income. Cash flow.
Yes, I agree.
Negative.
It's a totality. You just can't grade a company off of one.
So you can average them.
What was that?
Average them.
No, I'm going to average them and tell you what this year the trailing 12 moving forward is going to be $100 million.
Trailing 12 isn't moving forward; it's moving backwards. And
I'm projecting it for you because quarter one's already been. Quarter one's already been announced, right? They already did preliminary numbers for quarter one. You correct on that? GameStop. I know you don't pay attention to it, but 8K. You want to talk about it tonight? They just did an 8K 2 weeks ago before the offering, and they showed you that they're going to only lose $20 million versus 51 last year. That's $30 million positive for the trailing 12. So now we're going to be at a $40 million company for the year on profit. Okay, now we'll go with the next month and the next quarter and the next quarter. So eventually by the end, when they don't have commitments to IMX, when they don't have the one-timers that cost them money last year, they're going to be up $100 to $150 million for the year. Now we have a profitable company that makes cash, that makes money, and if you knew how they're actually attacking the liabilities, and you would understand the cash burn. The cash burn is just that.
I see that they pre-announced 27 to 37 million of net loss.
How did you not know this before this started?
I didn't.
That's my point. You're talking about GameStop and the worth that it is, but yet you don't even understand the current today.
I mean, it's still losses, my man.
Yeah, it's not losses.
That's 27 to 37.
You're trying to judge a retail company based off of their quarterly, not the full totality of the year. Christmas doesn't happen in quarter four for most retail companies.
They don't have 2024 guidance, right?
For the complete year, no. I'm giving it to you.
You're giving me your estimate, right?
I'm giving you the guidance, yes.
You're not giving guidance. You're giving me.
I'm telling you where they're headed, what they're doing.
You're giving me your analyst estimate.
Sure, I'm the only one, right? Because how many analysts cover GameStop?
There's a lot of analysts. And
how many analysts cover GameStop?
Oh, okay. Listen, you can't talk over me while I'm talking.
Okay, Martin, go for it.
The Wall Street consensus is that they basically break even for the next few years. Maybe they can grow faster. Wall Street's not always right.
So, do you look at FINRA?
What about FINRA?
Okay, so FINRA consensus for Wall Street projects that GameStop's going to increase top line revenue 15%.
Okay, I'm looking at Bloomberg.
Okay.
2025 fiscal,
sure.
down 10% for revenue, down another 4% the next year.
And who is the analyst?
Let me take a look.
Michael Packer?
Give me a minute. You got Michael, you got Colin Sebastian, you got a couple other guys.
Nah,
not that many.
There's only two. There's only two, really, and they both work for
three total.
Yeah, three, but two out of the three once worked for Wedbush. All right, so one works for Wedbush and the other one used to. I'm familiar. So what I'm telling you is the analyst is going to say the same thing you're going to say.
Maybe they'll beat the numbers. I mean, I don't know.
They're going to, but you do know because you're sitting here talking about.
I don't know. I don't know what.
You don't know. I know that part.
I don't know what a company's future revenue and earnings are going to be. I don't know if you do, but it's hard.
I'm talking about current. We're talking about current value, and yet you held a space yesterday where you got it wrong. Today you get it wrong, and you're
I'm not getting it wrong.
Tomorrow.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You didn't even know that they had an 8K.
Yeah, well, I'm putting it in my model. These results look bad, to be frank.
Yeah, well, you should put in the other thing you should put in your model is the fact that RoaringKitty is one man, not a movement per se, but that one man is going to destroy everything out there. So all your buddies and friends who put you up to these charades that you do for interaction.
What are you talking about, buddies and friends?
I don't know. You tell me how you show up every time. 2 years ago, you showed up. 2 years to the
I warned you guys, and you should have listened.
Who are you warning right now about GameStop? How about this? How about when you're
GameStop
wrong?
Shareholders.
How about when you're wrong about GameStop? Because you are wrong about GameStop.
Couple things. First of all, check your tone with me. All right, I'm a grown-ass man. You can have an adult conversation. If you don't want to, I'll raise my tone too, and we can scream at each other. If you want to scream at each other, I'm more than capable of screaming. Trust me. If you want to have a civil conversation, we can do that. GameStop's forecast, I'm glad you brought it to my attention, is that they're going to generate 872 to 892, right? Versus 1.237 billion last year. The worst quarter in the company's history, down 29% year over year. Now, I understand that sometimes a company has to shed its bad properties, right? It has to reduce its crappy stores and get back to a place where, they're only, operating their finest stores, the most profitable. Sure. Well, it's hard for me to sort of see that they're doing that, given that they're still going to lose a boatload of money. The margins aren't materially different. I mean, losing 50 versus losing 35. I mean, that's not. If that makes you bullish, I don't know what to tell you. It doesn't seem that exciting. Maybe the next quarter will go better. I don't know, but so far, I wouldn't get that excited about this quarter.
Fair enough. And I do stand corrected on the tone. It's just I have a lot built up, just like you would assume I would, because I'm a GameStop investor trying to defend it to the world. So
investing is not a personal thing. I mean,
it is for me. It is for me.
Maybe you should chill out because
I can't, Martin. I'm a GameStop elitist till the day I die.
A lot of people have hundreds of investments in their portfolio, and they don't get that worked up about any of them.
I have two. And this is one.
You should diversify a little, dog.
I'm way up. I came up 30% last year. Why am I down? I'm not down, and I'm green on GameStop. So I feel good about my investment. I feel good about the thesis moving forward. But if you understand that GameStop actually opened up 35 new stores last year, they closed 69, but that number is eventually going to go into the positive. They're eventually going to expand again.
That would be good.
And when they do that, that's going to be the moment that Wall Street gets it wrong, right? So
maybe.
And we've said this for years. They're going to get it wrong. It's going to happen this way, and it's
not
like
when you confidence is important. You have to have conviction, but you don't know what the future is. None of us do.
Yeah.
Right. That's part of reality. That's part of investing. We don't have the future. There's a risk. If there's no risk, it'd be great, right? But unfortunately, I don't know what GameStop's next quarter is going to be. We can do our diligence. We can guess, but it's not really that easy to I don't know. I've been investing a long time, and every time I try to make predictions, I can do okay, but I'm not right every time.
Well, I know you're not right because I'm looking at it, and you said it's $6, and you say don't be stupid.
I think it's going to be $6. I think the company's worth $6. I don't see the retail business being profitable.
I've never seen a stock trade for 100% of book.
I've seen many stocks trade.
Realistically.
Hold on, real quick. I've seen many stocks trade well below book.
Yeah, we have. And then what do? They get back to fair market value where they go way past it.
Sometimes they just keep going down.
Yeah, sometimes they keep going down when you're stripping assets and you're destroying them from within. That's the private equity part that you play off.
There's plenty of industries that trade below book.
Yeah, not retail, right? You're saying retail's on a downtrend.
Well, typically what happens in retail is they end up getting debt and they end up, getting into this downward spiral.
Isn't that awesome? That we're not in that sector of decline?
GameStop's a company that, to me, I'm sort of shocked that they're going to have a sub-billion-dollar revenue company. It feels like sub-billion-dollar quarter. Feels like they're going backwards. Eventually, maybe they will turn around and start growing. I hope so for your case.
Nah, the footprint's right. They don't have to grow per se. They just have to make more money, right? So if you look at it,
hold on. So
go ahead.
For a 10 billion market cap, right? I pointed out two companies in the same space, the Gap and
with $5 billion worth of debt.
Gap and Bath Body Works
with even more debt, and they're run by private equity.
They're both profitable.
They're both run by private equity.
What do you? Okay, first of all, they're publicly traded companies, so they're not run by private equity.
Okay, if you think that.
Okay,
let's name them. Okay, if you want to go down this road, I know you want to defend private equity.
First of all, they're literally public companies.
Yeah, you don't think public companies can be run by private equity?
They're okay. They're literally publicly traded companies.
Sure.
They are companies that have a diverse array of investors.
Man, read the script all you want right now, Martin. If you don't understand this is bad.
Private equity. There's nothing wrong with private equity. I don't know.
Okay, there's not, but there are vulture capitalists out there. So when you think about private, let me get my point out to you. Let me get my point out to you. I know you are, but listen, that's why I talk to you. But when you think about private equity, let's take a company like Kohl's right now. Kohl's has a CEO that is Thomas Kingsbury. He was put there by private equity. He was put there by Musselman and
the owners get to name management.
Yeah, but that's private equity. They're the owners of the shares. It's not like they're publicly traded companies and the bulk of the shares are not owned by private equity. That's how Bed Bath & Beyond got into the business. Big Lots. The list goes on and on.
It's a misnomer. You know, private equity means literally the company's private, right?
No, it does not mean that. That means
yes, it does. I've been on Wall Street a long time. That's what
it doesn't matter what you say because there's LBOs, right? Leveraged buyouts. So when companies go public, and you know this part, that's why I don't like you act dumb. Look at this.
I do.
Yes, private equity goes public. And when they go public, they're
not private anymore.
Yes, I understand that. But they leverage the company on debt and they put with their people in place. This is AMC, right? Apollo and JP Morgan owned AMC in 2001, 2004, went public. What did they do? They put Adam Aaron in place, one of their guys, an Apollo guy, and then they leverage the company on debt, and then they just make money off the assets themselves. So everybody carves out assets at that point. But that's what Bed Bath & Beyond did. That's what Big Lots is doing right now. Big Lots CEO came from what? From every other company. You guys got to know these guys. The chairman of the board on Big Lots, just so you know, is actually the CEO of Kohl's. Musselman and Kerr own the same thing.
Bath Body Works is only owned by publicly traded companies and hedge funds.
I love
what?
You know I do work, right? I don't know if you know this. But
listen. I'm trying to stick to the facts. I'm not trying to tell you.
I know you are.
Bath and Body Works, Vanguard, T. Rowe, BlackRock, Third Point, Lone Pine, State Street, JP Morgan, PrimeCap, Geode, Steadfast, Champlain, zero private equity.
Okay, so we'll go to the first one. We'll go to the executive chair first. Let's see where she comes from. From Knoll Inc., Herman Miller Inc., and she used to work for Global Investment Banking, JP Morgan Chase. So she worked for JP Morgan Chase for 30 years. Okay. I just want to put that out there. No, this has nothing to do with business. They don't understand retail. This is what you call the retail apocalypse, right? So
the CEO has industry experience.
Oh, has industry experience. Okay. So then the next guy used to work for what they call Tiffany's and jewelry. That has a lot to do with Bed Bath & Beyond. I know it does. Or Bed Bath & Body Works.
Yeah, this is Bath & Body Works. Yeah.
Congra Brands was owned by Apollo, right? So we know that they're owned by Apollo.
Listen, private equity plays a big role in American business. What difference?
I know, but you're trying to play it off like if they don't have any influence on the outcome of the decisions of the company.
Not in the case of Bath & Body Works. They're all hedge fund shareholders.
In this case, for Bath & Body Works, these people that are in place right now just leverage this company to the nth degree. Do you know how much money that they're leveraged?
The company is growing and profitable.
How are you growing during this inflationary period?
Which I can't say. I can't say the same for unfortunately for GameStop.
You would never want to grow at the same time as GameStop. You don't want to grow right now.
You like shrinking.
Think about this. I do like shrinkage. Right when I'm out of the shower. Listen, Martin. There was a board of director at GameStop. Okay, we're talking about GameStop. Check this out for me. Just hear me out. All the board of directors were private equity. KKR, the whole business. And we know Bill Simon's one of them.
Why are you so obsessed with this? Who cares?
Just listen, and you're going to understand. Ryan Cohen comes in, does a hostile takeover, kicks out private equity. GameStop survives. They don't go bankrupt. But when you look at a guy named J.K. Schmack, whatever the hell his name is, he's on the board of directors at Bed Bath & Body Works. He's previously GameStop because he was previously private equity put there to destroy the company. He's at Academy Sports and Outdoors. They're there to leverage the company and destroy it as well.
You don't like private equity. You got it.
No, how could you? How could you name a retail company?
They make money? I don't know.
There's 154 retail companies that have gone out of business since 2016 because of private equity. It's
No,
so
they've gone out of business because it's a shitty business.
wrong. When you leverage your assets, you go ahead and sell off all your properties and lease them back from a private company, real estate company, and you're not going to think that's going to matter?
Look, I mean, if no private equity company wants their company to go bankrupt.
They all do. That's what they're doing.
No.
There's one company that wins here. It's called Amazon. Everyone else loses.
Yes.
They all make money based off of the assets they sell, everything they carve out. There's a book out there.
I've done private equity.
I know you
Nobody wants their investment to go bankrupt.
Read the book called The Caesar's Palace Coup.
Listen, I know what you're talking about. It's generally the playbook for private equity is to improve the business, have it succeed.
How could you say that with a straight face?
What are you, crazy? Look at Sycamore Partners.
Am I crazy?
Yes.
What's the mortality rate? Okay, what's the mortality rate for a private equity? I would tell you like hospice center or anywhere like old folk home.
Now I think you're like.
No, I'm asking you. It's statistics.
I think you're like seething for no reason.
No, I'm not seething, Martin.
Let me finish.
Yeah, but don't trivialize what I'm telling you right now.
Okay,
don't do
I am trivializing because I don't think it makes sense. But Sycamore Partners is the most well-known, most well-regarded retail private equity. They do the best job. They buy companies and then take them public. They fix them, take them public. They are not trying to go bankrupt because their limited partners would be furious. Because let me finish. When you buy a company for $1 billion and take it public for $4 billion, you make your partners a fortune, right? And
I'm familiar with 2 and 20.
You get your fat payout and you're happy.
I'm familiar with 2 and 20. Yes.
When you buy a company for $1 billion and it goes bankrupt and you try to salvage the pieces and you get $200 million out of it, it sucks.
Okay.
You do have to try to salvage it.
So now that you're talking about LPs and GPs, and let's talk that out for a minute, okay? So I don't
know what this has to do with GameStop, but
it has everything to do with GameStop because
if you say so.
Well, because private equity was in GameStop and Ryan Cohen kicked them out, and now they're trying to destroy it.
It's ancient history. What difference does it make?
What do you mean?
We're talking about the stock now.
Yeah, the stock now is fighting what? Logistics. Let's think about it. Final delivery. Let's talk about GameStop for a second. They used to use freight via Yellow, and they can't use Yellow because they went bankrupt, and that was a Apollo-run company. Okay. And when you look from the outside in, now they're using direct from store-to-store omni-channel marketing and sales. They have same-day delivery, and they're using Grubhub instead of the actual freight itself. This is how they're becoming a better business.
Well, look, I mean, I hope that they become profitable.
No, I'm with you on that, but I don't want you to just step over it and marginalize what I'm saying to you.
Well, it's up to me to decide how much.
Oh, I know, because it's your space, right?
No, listen.
There's 1,000 people here that want to hear.
All right, listen, man, you got to be. I can do what you're doing. I'm very good at it. I'm trying not to be that guy. If you want me to be that guy, I will. I'll be annoying. I'll be really sharp and tart with you, and I'll run circles around you. But what I'd rather do is try to have a some meeting of the minds. You sound like you have half a brain. The company's shrinking. The company's losing money. The company's worth $10 billion. The companies that are worth $10 billion need to be profitable. They have to make huge, huge strides, almost I would argue impossible strides, to get to a place where it makes sense to buy the stock for the price it's at. Like I said, there's an array of companies you can buy for the same price that make money, that grow, that do all the things that are normal. And the reason that you're paying $10 billion for this is because it's an inflated price because of social dynamics. Without those social dynamics, stock would be at like 10. And that's, you can sort of divine and like create reasons to be bullish on it. Most of them are kind of hope based. Maybe they'll come true. Maybe they won't. I don't know. But I'd much rather not have to pay that tax. That hope tax is like a 50%, 100% tax. Why pay that tax when you can find a stock that's undervalued?
Thank you for that, Martin. You don't have to mute me to get your point across. I promise you. You just say, "Hey, Marantz, keep it down for a minute," and I'll keep it down for you. Here's what it comes out to for me. I gave you the measurables, right? This is how like values measured on the stock market. Measurables. People use all different measurables they want. I'm using book value as an indicator or as a price anchor for what the actual value is. 1/5, 1/6. No company trades at 50%, and it's a profit. No, listen, you didn't let me finish. and it's a profitable company, and it has a social sentiment that GameStop does, right? The recognition, the brand recognition alone is worth more than what you're giving it value for.
You know, if they were profitable, that cash flow from operations would be a positive number.
So what are you going to say next year when they are profitable?
I think if they're profitable next year,
are we having another? Are we going to have another?
You'll have a lot to. You'll have a lot to crow about.
I know I do. I know I do.
You will. Okay, you will have a lot to crow about. You don't know if they'll be profitable this year. I don't know if they'll be profitable this year. The company hasn't said they'll be profitable this year. You hope they'll be profitable this year. They lost $250 million last year, so they have to make $250 million more than they did last year, and the quarter one doesn't help them. They're already 30 in the hole from that. Quarter one, they dropped 29% in revenue. That's the biggest revenue drop in the company's history. Now, again, I understand they're pruning stores, but 882, I'm just looking at the model. I mean, it's bad. 882 for the first quarter is the lowest quarter in I don't know how many years. They haven't had a quarter this bad. Now, again, maybe this is what they need. Maybe they need to skinny down to those very positive, cash flow positive stores. And maybe, like you said, they lost 55 last year. They're going to lose this quarter. They're going to lose 30 something this year. And that's a very small improvement. Maybe that'll translate to more improvements every quarter, 20 million each quarter. Maybe last quarter it'll be even a 50 million improvement. That adds up to not profitable. And then inevitably,
not profitable.
Right. I mean, 250, you do the math, negative 250 plus 20, plus 20, plus 20, plus 50. That's still negative 110.
Martin, it's so easy to judge a business based off of the macro environment that they're stuck in, right?
I have nothing to do with the macro environment.
You don't think so? What's consumer spending? What's the CSI right now?
Let me finish. I'm just saying the Q1 is 20 million more profitable than last year.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Yeah, that's great. Of course it is. And
I mean, we're sitting here talking about GameStop's worth $6, right?
Yes.
So, but according to the metrics that you're measuring, it should have been bankrupt and gone 2 years ago.
Well,
it was negative $500 million for the year.
You can, I mean, if you lose 150 a year, which has been their average, it would take them 8 years to lose all their money.
Okay. Is that how you do your math?
I mean, that's literally 8 times 150, right?
Yeah, but that's not the right math.
Well, okay. Why don't you show me how to multiply?
Well, look at it. Look at the assets and tell me how they're shrinking, or are they increasing?
They're shrinking. The
assets?
Well, the revenue is shrinking.
I know, but no. You keep talking about revenue, but we can always talk about profit.
It's important in a business.
No, profit is important.
Revenue,
just because you price anchored revenue,
you can't have one without the other.
Yes, you can. Let me explain. No. You can't have growth without the other. But here's the difference.
You need revenue. You need, that's something that you need.
No, and you're price anchoring the growth because they were overstored. Right. This is why I talk about private equity. Private equity went into GameStop and overstored them. They opened up 7,600 GameStops. They didn't need them. They're down now to where they can actually become profitable.
Okay. Let me ask you a different question. Let's try this. What do you think the 2024 revenue will be?
$100 million.
2024 revenue.
$100 million.
Revenue.
$100 million.
Okay. So revenue is sales, and the revenue.
Oh, are you talking about like overall, like top line revenue? I'm so sorry. When I see revenue, I think about profit. I apologize. So let's talk about revenue. I'm in the world of different sales. So go ahead. You saying top line revenue? Let's just call it $5 billion.
Okay, so I don't see how they can get there because if you look at Q1, they've said 882, right?
Sure.
That's down 29% versus last year. Okay, so if Q2, how much down do you think that will be?
I don't know. You seem to like the number 25 a lot.
Well, they were down 29%, right?
Sure.
That's the big revenue drop.
Any games coming out quarter two? Probably not. Maybe they lose. 25%.
Okay, so I just gave them 20 for the benefit of doubt.
Sure.
And then I did that for the rest of the year.
Sure.
Maybe I'll lighten it up to 15, and then I'll lighten it up to just 10. That is 4.3 billion.
Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect. 4.3 billion. You think that number's coming in?
That's the number I'm getting. I don't know what you think.
It's okay. Now watch this. Now that they lost, $650 million from 2022 to 2023, how much gross profit did they make versus the previous year?
It's been pretty flat.
Pretty flat?
Yeah.
So
Gross
hold on.
profit.
They lost 650 million top line revenue, and they're still flat on profit. They
Gross
made profit, but they're flat on profit.
Yeah, gross profit. Yeah.
Yeah. So my point is to have increased profit and top line shrinking, let's just shrink it a little bit more and maybe we make some more profit.
Well, eventually you can't shrink it to zero.
We know that. That's called capitulation. That's where we actually change and we go the other direction. So I'm asking.
So how much? So you think that 100 million is the profit for GameStop?
I'm ballparking. I'm being fair.
No, that's perfectly fine. I mean, if they can do 100, 20 times earnings is 2 billion.
Sure.
Okay. And the 2 billion they have is 4 billion.
Yep.
They have 300 million shares outstanding. So that is a $12 stock. And I would not want to be long it.
A $12 stock when you're going just 100% on what you see, because there's no sentiment there, right? And there's no supply and
Sentiment
demand.
is not something you can sell to somebody,
Okay.
right?
How about supply and demand? Could I sell that to you?
Of course, but
Okay.
as a long-term investor, I try not to worry about sentiment and that stuff when it can come and go very easily, as you know.
So who do you think's selling? I'm just curious because it's not RoaringKitty, it's not myself, and it's not Brian Cohen.
I don't think about that when I invest. I think about, is this company making cash flow? What's that cash flow worth? What am I willing to pay for that cash flow? And I think you can be much more generous with 100 million.
Oh, I know I can, but I was just ballparking for you.
Let's assume they grow the following year to 200 million, and that we give them a very generous multiple of 30 times earnings.
Can I make an announcement though? GameStop.
No. You're cutting me off.
I just want to tell you like an update.
No. Listen. Maybe you've drank a lot of coffee or something like that. I'm not trying to insult you, but I'm on trying to finish a thought. So let's say 200 million for 2025, 30 times earnings. Sorry, I didn't mean to mute. That's 6 billion. Add 2 billion for the cash. That's 8 billion. 8 billion divided by 300. My cat is literally on my computer right now. It is $27 stock. It's roughly where it's at now. So
yeah.
they need to, right. So that's no upside.
Yeah, I know. That's also considering no cash.
Listen,
infusion.
I don't know why you like interrupting me, but so if they can somehow, that's including their cash, right? 2 billion plus 6 billion. So if they can go from losing hundreds of millions of dollars a year to making hundreds of millions of dollars a year, literally, which is not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. The stock has no upside. They would have to get to 3 or 4 or 500 million in earnings every year.
So we'll be there.
Possible, hopefully, yeah. Right?
No, I know, but so that's possible. So now we just went from $6 in 2 years. Now we're up to 27. I love where you're headed.
No, like I said, I been doing financial analysis for 25 years. It's very easy to dream yourself up the rosiest scenario. I don't think it's going to happen. You think it's going to happen. That's what markets are made of. I hope that you're right for your sake. I don't have an axe to grind here. I think I'm right, of course. There's bragging rights in my case involved. You have an investment. I wish you the best with it. But I'd rather not pay for a turnaround that hasn't happened yet, especially, I know you think the world of management, but to me, the NFT boondoggle does not fill me with confidence. If it were my manager, I would be, some people talk about a long leash or a short leash. My leash would be getting shorter on Ryan after that NFT boondoggle. I would have given him a long leash and said, yeah, man, fix the company, do whatever you want if I was on the board.
Okay, right. I have a question, Martin.
After this, I'd be tightening the leash and saying, well, Ryan, that NFT thing didn't go so great. I hope you can figure out what's going on before I lose even more confidence and have to find a new CEO.
So, Martin, I have a question for you because you were a CEO of a publicly traded company, and I'm sure you made a lot of wishes or promises to people. And I'm sure one of your selling points was the fact that, you're in your 30s and you're running $1 billion company.
Sure.
And you have so much runway in front of you.
Maybe,
and you can make mistakes. In business, there's a mountain full of mistakes. There's clear Pepsi at one point, right? So sure. I think about it like that. I treat GameStop as in Ryan can make a mistake.
No, yeah.
He can bounce back from it too because he's young enough with enough money in the bank and enough runway that I'm willing to invest with a 30-something-year-old billionaire.
Now, let me say this. Mistake after mistake after mistake, you tend to lose confidence. So he doesn't have that many mistakes left. You know, another big boondoggle like NFTs, I wouldn't. Now, listen, if he comes out with some genius move, as you know, I'm friends with Palmer Luckey. There's a partnership there to sell new piece of hardware. Maybe that'll add to growth. I hope.
Did you go ahead and check it out already?
I knew about it well before everybody else.
There you go, the Mod Retro, guys. It's the new Game Boy.
Yeah, I knew about this months before anybody, and I was one of the first people around the hoop on Oculus and Andorol and all these things. But point being that, you know, look, I hope he can figure it out. You know, the last yardstick I can use on the guy was this NFT boondoggle. If you can come up with something great, it'll remove that memory. You'll never think about it again, right?
Hey, well, let me thank you for your time, okay, Martin. And I just want to say this as I exit, that you'd be a hell of a friend to have if Lucky Palmer's your friend, and you know he just signed a deal. Palmer Luckey, he's your friend, and he just signed a deal with GameStop, and they have a new product coming out. And here you are saying that GameStop's worth $6. What type of friend are you?
It has nothing to do with GameStop.
Enjoy yourself.
GameStop's just a distributor.
Yeah, that's all they are. Right?
That they distribute his product.
Ride the wave while you can, even for you and your interaction. Good luck with you, punk.
What a weirdo. Yeah, look, GameStop is Palmer's partner. Good for him. You know, I hope they do business together and do great, but it doesn't impact our friendship. I think Palmer's focused on his $10 billion company called Andorol. But yeah, weird guy, very emotional. Yeah, Ronaldo, what's up? Or ramen soups.
Hello. How are you?
What's up?
I've seen your tweets before. Haven't really listened to Space, but I want to come in and check it out. And now that I've listened, I'd like to thank you for doing, the angel's work of, bringing bad news, whether people like it or not, and putting yourself out there with your valuations. Whether you'll be proven right or wrong, we'll find out eventually, right?
Yeah, we just don't know. I mean, I just urge prudence. I think there are better picks out there. I don't want anyone to lose their shirt and go all in. I don't care about GameStop. It's not my business. I run a software company. I don't have an axe to grind here. I'm not short. I'm not long. I'm not in that game anymore. I could be in that game. I don't want to be in that game. And I certainly don't want to be in the game for retail. I know pharmaceuticals. I know software. I don't want to or need to be in the game for retail. It would take me 10 years to come up to speed and understand it. I don't understand it that well, but I understand equity somewhat well. And I think that the turnaround is already priced in. You have to pay for a turnaround that hasn't happened yet and may or may not happen. And the guy's got a track record. Maybe it will happen. But to the point, the pre-announced quarter is a lousy quarter. I mean, 882 is a really bad small number, and companies do descale. If you lose enough revenue, even if your unit economics of your store are positive, you still have your SG&A at headquarters that you have to overcome. So to me, this turnaround could take a long time. I'd rather be in a company that's growing and multiplying instead of a company that's kind of in what's fundamentally kind of
optimizing kind of.
Yeah, exactly. And kind of a fundamentally lousy business. Like if this was a growth industry, which almost no retailer is, there are a couple of apparel retailers that have been growth businesses, but it's hard to be bullish and excited about a retail business because it's just a dinky business. You can buy these games with a click of a button. You can buy these games on Amazon. GameStop just doesn't have a real reason to exist. And to get the guy to turn 2 billion into 10 billion is going to be like Jesus turning, water into wine. It's not going to be easy, but it could happen.
So you've done you do a lot of like fundamental analysis.
Sure.
Ratios and all those things. Just trying to get a little understanding because I know a lot of the sentiment, if you want to call it that, behind GameStop that gets a lot of people buying is not the business, but we're going to screw the market somehow by trying to turn it upside down. So,
Yeah, and
but it is like a financial suicide move, right? To try to take something that is relatively overvalued and try to pump the stock as high as you can and grab cash.
I'd just say, like, what would Warren Buffett do? And he wouldn't be anywhere near the stock. It's just not. It doesn't pay you anything. If I'd like to see a company's cash flow pay for the entire market cap while I'm still alive, and this is a 10 billion market cap, they don't make money. But even if they did, even the bull, the guy that showed up huffing and puffing and furious about something, emotionally distraught, this guy, admitted, it's going to be a couple $100 million in revenue. I'm sorry, in net income. It'll take 20 or 30 years to get your money back. That's not a good investment. I don't think anybody thinks that. So you're right that the only other explanation is, let's try to pump it. Let's try to make it go up. And diamond hands and solidarity could work. The problem is nobody's got the diamond hands. As the price goes up, say to 30 or 40 or 50, people say, you know what? I like this diamond hand thing, but I made a lot of money really quick and I'm going to sell. And that's what happens every time. Otherwise, we'd have $1,000 stock price. But it's just not the way the world works. People see the gains and they say, I'm going to take a little money off the table. And it's just not, there's not $10 billion worth of people that want to sit there and park their money away forever.
Yeah, I watch a lot of meme stocks and do spaces, mainly to newer investors who get caught up in these things, buying, like in this case, GameStop. They see it going up. They're captivated by the huge price targets, $1,000, and they're buying, what was $10 at 60, 70, and unfortunately, once you're in that high on these things, once they get going, there's no value. Once profits are taken, you got a bag.
Well, there's a similar thing in crypto where for Dogecoin and for Shiba, I would meet prison guards literally that would tell me, nice people, not my favorite people while I was in there, but nice people and not rich people, and they would say, Martin, I have some Dogecoin. What do you think? And I kind of roll my eyes and say, why do you own Dogecoin? And the guy would say, well, I put $5,000 in it, and it's 8 cents or 12 cents. And can you imagine what it would be worth if it went to $5 or $10? And I'd sit there and say, yeah, it'd be worth a lot. You'd be a rich guy. The problem is that if it went to $5 or $10 or whatever, it'd be bigger than Microsoft. And I don't think Dogecoin is worth what Microsoft's worth. They built that company over 50 years painstakingly to lead in almost every technology. Dogecoin, there's not even a person involved in Dogecoin. It's just a joke. So why would you think that this is going to happen to you? If it's too good to be true, it probably is. And GameStop has a lot of those features where it's like, look, there's no real reason to hold out hope that that's going to happen. It's hopium and copium when you can find a stock. Like, look at NVIDIA. Imagine instead of worrying about GameStop, that you actually did your homework, looked around the whole stock market, and you found the real gem. You found NVIDIA, and you made 50 times your money. Even if you had $1,000, you'd have a nice chunk of change at 50 grand right now. If you had $5,000 or $10,000, you'd be sitting on a little fortune. That's the dream of the stock market. It's not to get a short squeeze. It's not to find some shitty company and hope to come together and hopefully you can boost it up together. Find the next find the next NVIDIA. Find the next Novo Nordisk. Find the next Eli Lilly. Find the next stocks that have been on a tear. Supermicro. These are stocks that have all gone up multiple fold that make you rich. You got to find those stocks. This isn't a stock that's making anybody rich because it can't. There's no reason it would. Even if they turn around, the stock's implying a turnaround. If they don't turn around, God forbid, the stock's going to 5 or 10. If they do make a turnaround, it's still only worth 20, $25. So they have to make like a super turnaround to become a growth company, which I don't know. That seems tough. Seems very far-fetched. And look, I don't care. Like I said, I like the drama. I like fighting with people. It's a hobby of mine. I'm sick in the head. I need to stop. But it is fun to, clash swords with people. and have a debate of the minds on my sort of chosen field of study for a long time. I appreciate your coming up. I appreciate you chit-chatting. It was great. I want to make sure I get a few minutes with everyone. Johnny, Dan, Slime.
Hey, Martin, thanks for putting this space on. I really appreciate your kind
Big
of fundamental.
Slime, anytime.
Appreciate your fundamental analysis, but I'm curious, what do you think Kitty's play here is with this? Like, he's obviously taking this huge position. Is he just going to pump and dump? Is he going to wait 20 years? What do you think his play is?
I don't know. I don't know the guy. I don't know his story that well. Like, I think that maybe he's trying to manipulate the market and get out and have a big profit. That's 20 or 30% chance of what he's doing. The other 20, 30% chance, I hate to say this, is kind of just hubris, that he thinks that he can make a fortune here. He, for whatever reason, thinks he can make the same squeeze from years ago happen. That's his only claim to fame in life, basically. He's hoping that he can make that magic happen again. It's like a singer, rapper, rock band trying to get their old mojo back and make a great album. It's obviously not working that great. He gave it his all, and stock's kind of not up very much. And, I think that's probably where he's going with it. That, I also don't know where he got this money from, but God bless him. If that's his money, then good. I'm happy for him. I'm not jealous. I like to see people go from zero to hero, from making $100,000 salary to being rich as hell. I've seen it. I've done it. It's a wonderful thing. But, if I'm worth 100 mil like him, I'm not putting it all in on GameStop. That seems like a reckless and crazy thing to do. And if it's what he's doing to try to make it into $1 billion or more, I think it's in the process of backfiring, and I wish him the best, but doesn't seem prudent. But again, it could be what legends are made of, and he does make $1 billion, and I feel stupid. We'll see what happens.
Appreciate it. Yeah, that's good insight. It's on my end. It's like, does he know something that we don't? But
that's a good point as well. I just want to make sure I get to everybody, and everybody gets a second or two to ask a question, so I can go back to work. Dan, Johnny, homie.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Okay, let's let Johnny go first. Sorry.
Hey, sorry about that. I'm on data and I don't know if I'm lagging. I don't want to be interrupting anyone. I'm just here to say I'm a hater from the last 2 spaces. I've been shorting GME for quite a while now, successfully. Aside from that, here's the deal. Morant, which is the nickname we gave him because he's a moron, that was in here huffing and puffing earlier. He's very emotional because if you go check his account creation dates, it's around the January squeeze, so most likely bought the top. And now he's trying to find some sort of cope and way forward. I completely agree with you. The NFT marketplace was a waste of money, a waste of time. And the thing that I find ironic is a lot of the apes and the super stonker crowd and GME maxis have always been going on about how companies like Boston Consulting Group are bad companies. But the thing I find ironic is they're doing the exact same things that Boston Consulting Group recommended as an old board, which is cut to the bone.
Oh, you mean like PE and consultants and all that stuff? He really was focused on that. I don't know why. He seemed to have a personal.
But the thing is, he's wrong.
He was probably working in retail.
He works at Costco.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, he works at Costco.
Shut up.
No, 100%. Yeah,
I feel bad.
Well, the thing is, he sees them as like the enemy. I mean, that's how all of these apes and investors buying at high prices see all of these companies. I think the problem is they should have cut to the bone earlier.
Does he work at Costco corporate?
No. I believe he's like an assistant manager or something at one of the locations.
Yeah, look, I feel bad now. I mean, I deal with a lot of billionaires. I have made a lot of money in my career. I don't really.
You also went to fucking jail, you fucking con man piece of shit.
I don't really chop it up with store managers on investment ideas. So
you chop it up with fucking prisoners. You're a fucking con man piece of shit.
I did.
Why
the
fuck would anyone take you serious?
I did my time, and now I'm out. I paid my debt to society.
Yeah, now you're sucking Kenny's dick. You're a fucking little bitch.
Kenny who?
See, they're talking about Ken Griffith. of Citadel. Yeah, they think he's manipulating. They
richest,
literally. That's the whole conspiracy.
The richest man in the world?
They think he single-handedly is suppressing the price of MOAS and all that bullshit going on.
You're a fucking con man piece of shit. Who the fuck would take you serious?
I know you're mad. It's okay.
Suck my dick.
Take a little Xanax. But
go fuck yourself. You're a piece of shit, con man. Why the
fuck
are
you
would
so
anyone
mad at
take
me?
you
I didn't do
serious?
anything to you. I didn't do anything to you.
You're a fucking
He's probably
little
going to
bitch.
say you're paid by him to do this space. It's because that's their train of thought. The minute you're bearish
Johnny,
on
shut
GME,
the fuck up.
Coming at me sideways. I don't know you, homie. You acted like I shot up your family or robbed you or something. Nobody talks to me that way unless I did something to them. And I don't do that anymore. So I changed my ways. So, you're acting crazy, talking to me crazy. I don't know you. You don't know me. Shit. Calm your ass down. Ken Griffin, richest man in the world, if you count the value of Citadel. Why does he care about 2 retail stocks? Why would he? Why would he give a shit?
allegedly because he's the one that...
Hold on, I think Citadel's hacking this space right now. Can you still hear me?
Fuck you.
Why are you mad at me, bro? What'd I do to you?
You're a fucking con man little bitch.
What does
Running
that
your
have
mouth
to
in
do?
space calls. You fuck you.
What
Johnny,
does
you
that
can
have
suck
to
my
do?
dick too, you dumb fuck.
What does that have to do with our relationship?
Keep giving me your money.
Fuck you.
I think we got off on the wrong foot, homie.
Your ass is gonna go back to fucking jail.
Why don't you tell me your name, bro? Just give me so I can talk to you like a man.
Go fuck yourself.
Okay. That's another approach. Homie, I take it you're in the stock. You like the stock?
Love the stock, cunt.
Got it. What other stocks do you like?
Go fuck yourself.
That's it, right? The only GameStop? You ever look at another stock? Oh, he got mad. Oh, well. Man, a lot of testosterone up in here. The thing is, I'm the top dog. I'm the perro grande. You understand? That's me. El perro grande. That's what they call me. All right? El matillo. Anyway, Ian, what's up?
Marin, how you doing, buddy? Former Baruch alum as well.
Let's
Also
go.
remember you from the Blab days, so good to see you
Wow.
again.
Cool.
Welcome to freedom. I just wanted to know your opinion on the market mechanics, like of the trading aspect going into this. Like, is any credence given to the super stock crowd about orders being rerouted into dark pools and things like that?
Well, I'd say that as somebody who has shorted more shares outstanding than exist in a company, I will say that it is very hard to manipulate the price of a stock. It is very, very hard. Do high frequency and other market participants rip you off? I think the answer to that is yes. I think it is unfair fundamentally, and that's why I wouldn't trade actively. And that's why people who do trade actively have lost a lot of money, because they've given it to the Citadels, to the Two Sigmas, to the Susquehannas, and taken it from their pocket and given it right to them, which I don't like doing.
Hey, Martin, you still belong in jail, you criminal cunt. You preyed on fucking sick people, you piece of shit.
Okay,
It's the most
Koopsie.
un-American thing ever.
Okay.
Most un-American thing ever, to prey on fucking sick
It's actually not
You're the
true.
criminal
All right,
cunt
Kookie.
that we're batting against. Fuck you, dude. You guys
All
are
right,
going
Kookie.
down. You're
Dude,
such a piece of shit, and the whole
Hold on,
world
hold on.
knows
There's a lot of microphone fuzz. I want to hear exactly what you have to say, Kooksy, because it sounds brilliant. So, Ian, your mic is a disaster, so I have to move you out of here, buddy. I'm sorry about that. All right, Kooksy, it's all you. No more Kooksy.
Nah, It says he's reconnecting.
Johnny.
What up, man? And these people are idiots because they can go pay for a data provider and get the dark pool information. Like that's all they have to do. They just refuse to do it. They'd rather believe the conspiracy, the conspiracy that the whole world is out to get them.
I get it. You know, what can I say? It's the same people that think 9/11 was an inside job. It's the same people that think God knows what, right? You want to be smart. You want to be in the know. So when things don't go your way, you make up something to make up for your shortcomings, for your fuck ups, your laziness, your greed.
100% agreed, man. None of these people, especially the ape grifters, for example, you shit on one the other day, Kevin Malone. He's actually, FINRA registered, right? But here's the deal. The guy doesn't even know Greeks. Neither does Morans. These guys don't even look at options half the time because they don't know Greeks.
I had to give the guy, I kept telling him revenue, and he kept telling me net income. And he was like, oh, that's not the revenue I'm looking at. I'm like, there's only one kind of revenue, pal. It was pretty wild. He loved to talk aggressively and assertively, but the problem is, I know how to do that too. I'm being nice and Socratic. I can be the most assertive prick you've ever heard, but I'm trying to give some wiggle room, find some equal ground, meet you halfway. And he's like, confusing revenue and earnings, confusing cash flow, sad stuff. Ali, what's up, man?
Hey, man. By the way, I was going to say thank you for hosting this session, and I want to say I hope you're having a good day. So my question is, basically, I bought GME and Novavax shares in February, and I'm quite up. So, my question is, should I sell already, or is there like another strategy I can employ to milk it, like Spanner? I don't know if you know the guy.
Yeah, listen, I mean, I would try to find the next NVIDIA, the next Eli Lilly, the next Novo Nordisk. If you found those two, I don't know if Novavax went up or not, but if you're finding stocks that are going up, man, that's all there is to investing. You figured out the key. Just keep doing it, and you'll be rich as hell pretty soon if you're not already. So keep finding stocks that are going to go up by studying them, analyzing them, whatever your method is, and I hope you keep doing it. I don't see why you would stick around in the stock. I would just get out. I mean, I don't see it going up more, but I could be wrong. The thing about great investors is that they're right around 55% of the time. Nobody's right 100% of the time. That's a fallacy. I'm talking about Soros, Steve Cohen, all these guys I've seen the inner workings of, even Citadel. 52%, 53%. Occasionally you get a guy who's off the charts. He's 63%. Nobody's 90% or 100%. So if you're sitting here thinking, oh, he's wrong, I got a winner. Look, man, I'm not saying I'm right. You're being the fool if you think for sure because you don't. It's a probabilistic game. It's a probability distribution function. You want to be on the right skew of that function. Right now, most people in the space, they're in outer space. They don't know what's going on. So that's my advice for you. Good luck. Lumi?
Hey, thank you for having me on. I've got a question. I came across this term recently, and I was wondering if you knew it. Do you know what a bullet swap is, by any chance?
Nope.
Okay, yeah. So I was just curious. So, I don't know. I was looking into the market, and I was going to tell you, there's a lot of architecture in the market which a lot of people don't understand. And over time, from the age of 16, I've been trading, right? I've never come across that term, and I've been sitting in random places, and this is where I start to learn things. And when I learn something new, I'm like, oh, that's kind of curious. Why is that important? And maybe that might be connected to something. And I didn't know that a bullet swap can literally have shares, equity. So I don't know. This is this little rabbit hole I've been going down. I'm not advocating for anyone to buy anything. I think that everyone should understand what value and deep value really means. But there are these underlying architectural things which mean that prices have to do certain things at those certain times.
Well, why don't you go through what this alleged bullet swap is?
All right, so I was going to say, I've only come across this term in the last few days. I don't even really understand it. This is Martin. This is how weird it is. I asked AI, right? I work with AI a lot, and it comes back to me. It's literally the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
The simplest
It's the strangest
explanation
thing.
is it's not a thing.
Say it again.
The simplest explanation is it's actually not a thing at all.
Well, it definitely is a thing. Like,
Okay,
it's
well,
a
what is
thing
it
you've never
then?
heard of. It's almost like when someone says, "What is a remittance?" and you're like, "Oh, that's when you send money abroad." But if you've never heard the word remittance before,
Well,
you
listen.
wouldn't know what it
Stop
means.
beating
Right?
around. Stop beating around the bush. What's a bullet swap if it's a real thing?
Exactly. So I was going to say maybe you should bring up this guy called Ape Daddy. He seems to be
moly.
very educated on this. I'm not the guy, but
Okay,
he
we'll
seems
bring him
educated.
up. We'll bring him up. Thank you for coming and whatever the heck that was. Riven?
I just have one thing to say. This guy is hating on you just because he has his money life saving on GME.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyway, I'm shorting my car on GME after your.
Okay, that was great. Dan? Dan the man? Ape Daddy is here. Ape Daddy?
What's up, Cupcake? I'm enjoying your album, but let's get down to business here.
What album?
The Wu-Tang album you put your dirty fucking cup on that you lost because you got seized.
What, you
your
mean the one on my
assets.
hard drive?
No, the one that you. All right, so it's a recorded space. Glad you said that, so you can go to jail again. But hey,
What do you
on
mean?
that topic, bro,
No,
you have no idea.
Let's play the Wu-Tang album real quick since there's a fan here of the Wu-Tang. Let me get that out for you real quick.
Not a fan. We
All right, hold on. I need to play the album. One sec. I'm glad there's some fans here. We'll turn this into a listening party since you mentioned it. It's my music folder here. Ah, there it is. All right, let's play some Wu-Tang. This is the second track, real quick. Okay, that's track 2. Let's play track 3. That's a skit, so let's play track 4. Whoa! I think he said the F word. That wasn't good. That's not very woke. All right. Never heard before Wu-Tang album. We're going through the whole album since nobody's ever played it before. You're welcome. At least the public hasn't heard it. Well, my girlfriends have. A lot of skits on this album. Okay, track 8. Silver Rings is the producer of the album. This is track 9. Ghostface is featured pretty prominently on the album. Here's track 10. Okay, that was track 10. Track 11. Okay, track 12. Kind of ridiculous, shitty album, if you ask me. Okay, track 14. There's a lot of skits in here. It's not a lot of music. Okay, so yeah, it's the first CD. First time anybody's heard it publicly. So I guess that's the album you're talking about. But did you want to talk about GameStop, maybe, Ape Daddy? And you got to check your tone with me, because if you're gonna make me angry, I'm gonna go back to the old me. If I go back to the old me, you're gonna have a problem. You don't want a problem, so you better talk to me nice.
I have no reason to talk to you with respect.
Okay, you're not talking to me nice. I got 2 options. Get angry, in which case you'll get scared. You'll probably soil yourself. If I don't talk to you nice, that's going to be the outcome. If I try to keep my composure, well, I don't know. It's going to be too one-sided. So I think maybe somebody else can come up and get me into the mood of, starting to fight with these fools. But I kind of lost my will to fight. It's kind of boring. You guys are too stupid to really I think I lost it when the guy told me he was a Costco worker. I just felt bad. I thought about the guys literally running a store at Costco and making $150,000, and I'm like, man, these are the people I'm up against. Yeesh. I don't know. I feel bad. This is this is like Michael Jordan looking at some kids trying to play basketball, some 8-year-old kids, and you see one little fat chubby kid. That was that guy was just on. He's a little fat chubby kid. He's eating a Kit Kat, and he's dribbling the ball with 2 hands, each hand on the ball, double dribbling. And then he takes the ball, he puts it against his fat stomach. He underhanded hurls the ball up to the basket, and misses completely. and he finishes his candy bar. Yeah, I don't belong in this conversation with people like that. Maybe I'm not Jordan. Maybe I'm Bird. But I'm damn sure not the kid on the block. All right, Abe Daddy, go back to Costco. Go do your job. All right, the store is closing soon. Make sure the inventory is accounted for. If that inventory shrinks, it's on you. What's up, Dan?
Martin,
Your mic sounds like you bought it from a 1987 Radio Shack on sale. Get a new mic.
Hey, I just had a question for you.
Yeah.
If RoaringKitty does exercise his shares, or in the optionality of being able to exercise his shares, is a cashless exercise an option, and would that require a broker's cooperation? Are they required to do it? Just curious about that.
Cashless exercise. I mean, you need cash to exercise an American option.
From what I've read, if the premium is high enough in value, like for example, these $20 strikes, if the underlying's at 40, the premium would be more than enough to cover.
Yeah, you can do that.
So just curious.
You can definitely do that. I've worked with E-Trade before to do some complicated things. They have a desk of guys that can help you if you do really, really exotic, weird stuff like that. It's not a cashless exercise in the sense that American options just don't work that way, but the brokerage firm will facilitate the exercise off their balance sheet, if that makes sense.
Okay. And then if he were to do that, and the 12 million shares of leverage that he wanted, that's not going to cause any liquidity problems, right? The broker should already be hedged, or the market maker should already be hedged from the time of purchase.
Well, it depends on if there's margin or not, right?
On whose side would the margin be?
His. I mean, if he has margin, that's one thing. If you're talking about the cashless exercise, the exercise would happen, at his discretion or on Friday at 4:00.
Okay. And would that, as far as liquidity versus the float, it wouldn't be any issue for anyone, right? I mean, it's not like a short squeeze situation. 12 million shares versus a 250 million float.
Well, what's his? Yeah, I don't think so. What's his? How many call options does he have?
He has 120,000 $20 strikes for June 21st.
What's the share multiplier? Is it 100 or 10?
100 shares. So 12 million shares worth of leverage.
Yeah. So if he can exercise those without putting up cash, which a broker does not have to do that for him, they could demand that he exercises with cash. That's a favor they could do for a customer, but they certainly don't have to do it.
Okay, that's what I was reading too, that if the broker doesn't support it, then forget it anyways.
Yeah, and I do think that they would really not like you to do that at 4:00 on a Friday.
Right.
I actually had to do this once. And E-Trade worked with me at literally 4:00 on a Friday. But it's their strong preference, I would say, to not have to do that. Now, I'll tell you this: if let's say the stock's 173 or something like that, right? Then it's really not a problem, right? They just exercise it and assign him the shares, and that's that. And he's fine. The writer of the option has to deliver the shares.
Correct. That's their problem more than it is anyone else's.
Yeah, and the clearinghouse will ensure delivery one way or the other. So
But
I don't
also,
think
I mean, does he have? I mean, just as a kind of a question to think about. Like, what are the chances here? He just has somebody backing him, providing him tens of millions in liquidity to go and do this fucking thing.
Yeah, why not? I'd take it if I were him.
Yeah.
Either way.
Well, hey, thanks for answering my question and giving some clarity on something that there's not a lot of clarity on the internet. All these guys are retards arguing fundamentals with you, and they're a bunch of idiots. Thanks.
I don't disagree.
Hey, Martin, can you talk about short selling? I don't think you've talked about that too much. That's a big like bull thesis for the GME folks. Like, does short selling or naked short selling exist? To what extent, etc. Thank you.
Sure. Rob knows a lot about this too. So I've been short selling a long time. I've done a lot of things I'm not proud of in the markets. In general, you're supposed to get a locate before you short. It's not always required technically. The SEC says it's required. The brokers don't really care. It's a self-regulatory thing. It's again, a sale and a short sale are pretty much fungible. So if you're a high frequency shop, you often don't even think about the difference. You market either sell or buy. And if you sell first and buy later, so be it. So this stuff really doesn't have a lot of practical significance. Now, if you net out short for the day, then that's different. You are carrying a short overnight, and you should have a locate. And for settlement purposes, you kind of have to, at some point, have a locate. If you fail to locate, your bank will get a little upset with you, but they won't necessarily stop you. And you have the FTD, a fail to deliver. And you can fail to deliver for months. And if you're a big client of Goldman Sachs or something, they're not going to tell you, hey, man, get out of your position. Because I might say, all right, Goldman, I'll take my business to Morgan Stanley. And they would say, no, you know what? Forget it. Failed to deliver. I don't care. And that's typically kind of how that works. Naked short selling is not something people need to do, really. It only comes up in very rare circumstances. Eventually the market sorts itself out. You may not like that. Yes, there's probably some shenanigans that happen from time to time, but if the end result of the company is the same, it really, to me, doesn't make a difference. And there's shenanigans that are played on both sides. So, you can, each desk on Wall Street will fight each other PvP for money. There's plenty of people who like short squeezing people. Ask Carl Icahn and Bill Ackman. Steve Cohen loves short squeezing people. So I don't think it's beyond anybody to do anything to make money in the stock market. Look at Bill Wang, who's on trial right now for his Archegos family office. He did some of the craziest squeezing of all time. So, I think that naked short selling very rarely plays an important role in the market, if ever. I've certainly in my career, the only time I've seen it is as a curiosity. If a company's shares are so shorted that they're like 100% of the float is shorted, typically that means a very bad thing's about to happen to the company. And there are situations like that in the market when that happens, like a bankruptcy or a clinical trial in pharma where everybody knows it's not going to work. Like it really is no chance of working, and everyone packs in and shorts the stock because they know when they reveal the results of their lung cancer trial or whatever it is, that the drug it's almost impossible that it's going to work, and it fails, the stock goes down, and people are willing to short at any price almost to get that. For GameStop, they were willing to do that too, but it backfired. So sometimes that happens as well.
So is there a scenario where there's like way too much like naked short selling that causes those shorts to cover, and then it causes a run on the price?
Yeah, of course. It can always happen. I'd be curious what Rob thinks.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, caught me mid-bite. Is there a scenario in which that happens? Sure. It's much more likely that that's not the case. I think generally, again, just it's much more likely that you're going to have far more speculative buying than you're going to have some massive short squeeze. I mean, I can tell you from my personal experience and having been short GME publicly, like literally on a fucking Twitch stream over the course of one day. Now, granted, I had a locate and I still didn't carry the short overnight, which was important. And I don't know, Martin, have you talked about what a locate even is?
Nope.
Okay. I mean, basically, if you short a stock, you're supposed to have the agreement that goes on is let's say Martin owns 10,000 shares or something, and I want to sell it. I want to short it. So I go and I say, hey, Martin, lend me your stock. I'm going to go sell that stock into the market, and then I'm going to buy that stock back and give it back to you. And ultimately, Martin's going to go, okay, that's fine. But you're borrowing my stock from me, so I'm going to charge you, X percent, right? In many cases, that can be basis points. It can be less than 1%. And then sometimes when the markets get all fucked up like they are now, in the case of GME, in which I experienced this again over 3 years ago now, I guess January 21. I was shorting it with a locate in the day just to cover all my bases. I was paying I don't even remember what it was, but it was high teens. It was almost 20%. Okay, so it was very expensive to short because you have to not only be right, but you have to be right and be willing to cover the cost of your what's called your borrowing costs. So anyway, we're getting probably too far into the mechanics here, but it's again, to answer your question, I guess, long answer short, it is possible, but this is something where it's much more likely that that there's more speculative buying to come than it is that there's going to be some massive, short squeeze of naked shorts that, again, like Martin kind of alluded to, it's does it happen? It can, yes, it does, I guess, a little bit, but there's a lot of volume. There's a lot of turnover in these markets, and that's just not something that is particularly likely in this case at all.
Thanks, y'all. Martin, this call-in show of call-in apes is awesome. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, listen, I mean, I'm tired. This is starting to get psychologically exhausting. I just don't have the energy to beat up a retard. It's enough Down syndrome for a day where I feel bad. It's I really do.
Hey, sweetheart. I just want to say I respect you giving me an opportunity to speak after you said that I work at Costco. I don't work at Costco, so you were wrong about that.
The other dude.
But hey, fully regardless, I appreciate the album. I'm glad I own it now.
You own it
a
now,
little
do you?
sneak peek. Yeah, I actually probably do. I have a better chance of owning it than you do right now. Actually.
Well, I just played it, so you.
That's all right, but you only have a copy of it, buddy. I'll own it. I'll actually own the asset. You don't own the asset.
That's how it's not worth anything.
Maybe to you.
That's why I sold it.
Maybe because you lost it. You didn't sell.
No, that's why I sold it.
They seized it from you because you got in trouble.
You're wrong about that. I could have paid my restitution, which I paid in full, with stock, with cash, with anything. I found the buyer because the NFT mania, because of idiots like you, was running rampant. I thought the album was worth $500K. I was willing to sell it for $500,000 because it wasn't worth anything. But the NFT morons were willing to pay $2 million for it, so I was thrilled. So I sold it to the NFT morons, and even funnier, I kept a copy of it. The guy who bought it, sadly, is in a coma right now. I bet you didn't know that. Jameis got into a terrible accident, and he's not doing well. He's been unresponsive for a year. And, having a piece of plastic is cool, but it's a piece of plastic. And the MP3s, when I talked to Jameis and I said, listen, man, you forgot to secure the fact that I made copies of it. You just blindly bought it. And he said, yeah, in retrospect, that was a big mistake. And then weeks later, he got into his near fatal accident. So, I think that, what can I say? So, my album is on my hard drive. Sorry, man. Listen to this Kurv right here. What's up, Kurv? Shifshanonen. This is an Albanian lady who's been harassing me online. I didn't know there are Albanians in Boston. Listen, I don't fight with women, especially not Albanian women. Bring your brother or your father to the stage, and I'll beat the crap out of them because that's Albanian rules. I can't talk to the woman. Find your brother, your big brother, or your father, and I will teach them a lesson they'll never forget. Understood? That's what I thought. Maybe she'll come back. Who knows? Albania's a very, we got a certain culture. You don't fight with women in Albania. Oh, she's here. She's here. Okay, hold on. Musical. Boston Girl?
Sorry, I was having technical issues. I couldn't hear you guys.
You got a lot of issues coming up here in general. Bring your brother or your father. I can't talk to you. You know Albanian rules.
My brother, my father, honey.
Yes.
I don't have to bring my brother, my
Yes,
father.
no, you do, because I'm not going to fight with a woman. You know how it works.
But don't act tough on social
I
media.
am going to act tough because I did
Don't
5
mute
Stone
me.
Cold years.
Albania to...
Listen. Bring your brother or your father. I'm not going to fight with a woman. You know how it is.
From Albanian to an Albanian, don't act tough on social media.
Okay, listen. I did a lot of time, lady. All right? I did a lot of time with a lot of crazy Albanians. I was locked up for a long time. Those stories are going to stay there. You want to fight with me? You want to bring Albania into this? Bring your brother, bring your father. We could talk about who we know and who we are and all that stuff. You're Albanian. You're not supposed to fight with me, first of all. Second of all, I'm a boss, so you're definitely not supposed to fight with me. Third of all, again, in our culture, a woman doesn't come to a man, the head of the household, and start shit. Get your dad, get your brother. You want beef with me? Bring your brother. Because I can't finish beef with you. You got to go do your thing. You're probably, you know what? Let me ask you something. I am Artua.
You gotta unmute me first, and don't mute me. And no, you're not the boss.
I
You're
am
nobody in my life. And I'm not fighting with you. I'm just telling you the truth. It's none of your goddamn business.
Yeah, it is my business, because if you're married and you have a husband, bring his ass here. And if you are married and he's not Albanian, I bet you it's a black guy. God forbid. Get out of here. Get. Bake, what's up, man?
Yo, what's good, bro?
How are you?
I'm well, man. And yourself?
I'm good.
Sweet. Thanks for asking. Yo, I was wondering if you think that it's necessary for market makers to still be provided the ability to operationally short with the market maker exemption.
I am so glad you asked that, because I got fucked on this, trying to manipulate the price of a stock downward. Market makers have a lot of exemptions that are very unfair. That's why I said earlier we fight.
Well, they're bona fides.
Well, there are a lot of unfair exemptions that allow a hedge fund to act like a market maker when they're just a hedge fund. And many people take advantage of this, and it's very unfair for both sides. And one of the exemptions they have is they don't have to disclose 13G and D filings, which to me is insane. Now, on the short side, you're right. There's some issues there too. But I actually think the other direction is even crazier. A fund can sit there and take 50% of the supply of a company and never disclose that they bought 50% of the open market shares. So there are some fucked up things about the stock market. But look,
does
man,
that happen often, or is that anomalous?
Nah, it's a very anomalous. It's when some knucklehead like me thinks he can move and pump or dump a stock price, and it is so hard, man. The market is very efficient. I wish I could do stuff like that, because I do it all day long.
Yeah, I mean, do you think that that's efficient though, particularly if it's, the artificial inflation of a float?
I think it's a little weird for sure. I think that the market makers don't try to abuse that typically. I think they try to, people seem to conflate these market makers with having real strong directional opinions and stuff like that. And I don't think they typically do. And obviously in the GameStop situation, it was a very weird, fucked up situation. But the situation's in the past, and right now, what we're wondering is, will this retailer ever make money? And I think that's what's important. You know, messing with the internals of the market, doing surgery in the market, it's not my jam. You know, it's interesting to some people, but
there is the other side of that, though, right? Which is it ethical for there to be a market maker that also has a hedge fund to trade against the trade, as well as the dark pool venue at which the transaction occurs, right?
I would say
you're getting, it's like a gangbang, right?
Yeah,
It's
listen, if you put a gun to my head, I would say it's unethical and it shouldn't be legal, but I don't make that call, one, and two, it has nothing to do with GameStop.
Well, I mean, if GameStop is potentially being manipulated from all angles with that strategy, then...
Well, I don't think it's being manipulated because the stock price seems quite overvalued. So if it's being manipulated, it's in the other direction. Why would the stock price of GameStop be higher than where it's at? It's already
I would say
overvalued.
particularly because of the massive amounts of volume that we're seeing and relatively flat trading. You know, when the float is now, I think, 351 million, and I think in the past 3 weeks there's over 1.3 billion shares traded. That would...
it didn't trade that much today.
No, of course not today, but you know, even yesterday I think it was over 160 million.
Yeah, that's
right.
Still
That's
not
almost
the full
half.
float.
That's almost half the authorized shares. So
yeah, but people trade back and forth. I mean,
yeah, I don't know, man. I think that I still have a lot of questions. I mean, you sound pretty sure of yourself, and that's, you know, I think I just
take it with a
still have
grain of
more
salt.
questions. You know.
Yeah, no, take it with a grain of salt. I don't know everything. Rob's been around the markets almost as long as I have. If he wants to chime in.
Yeah, no, I mean, one thing I think is interesting and nuanced. I haven't really heard anybody talk about this, but if anybody knows, I mean, I'm sure you do, but Thomas, I think it's Thomas Petterfy, right? That started Interactive Brokers. What's that guy's name?
IBKR, yeah,
yeah,
he like was an innovator for options trading.
Yeah, I mean, he's been an innovator for a lot of things, some good, some not so good, but they are. I'll never forget this. There was a lawsuit that I won't speak on, but probably about 10, not 10, probably 7 or 8 years ago now. I know it was filed. There was a day of trading. Fuck, I don't know. I won't get into it, but they basically obviously do a lot of retail business. That's Interactive Brokers kind of core model, but they also have IBKR Prime, which actually does service like a shitload of funds, more than I ever expected. Hedge funds, with hundreds of millions of dollars. I don't think I know too many $billion AUM funds that trade on Interactive Brokers unless it's a secondary prime, but they do a lot of institutional business is what I'm getting at. They also own a market maker that makes a fucking fortune. And so people can dig into that, or they can message me separately if they want to have conversations about it. But that's something that like I think is I don't see talked about often. I don't really know why, and I'm not.
Oh yeah, you're going down the rabbit hole. You're
I'm
going
not
down
here
some
trying to.
places.
Well, no,
people
I mean,
would rather
I'm
not go
saying
down.
these are all things I know for certain, right? that exist. They do this stuff in the open.
Yeah.
These are all part of the filings, and you can see it. But I'm not saying that. And by the way, I'm also kind of caveat here. Like I'm not saying that what they're doing is wrong or nefarious. I just think it's quite peculiar that you can have, you know, all of these different kind of critical and necessary components of, you know, healthy markets, and you can own more many of them, and you can
Tom would prefer you stop talking right now.
Yeah, but I feel
no,
like
look.
a lot of these strategies and techniques that they would potentially use that are nefarious are obfuscated from our view, right? Like
No,
I look at
look,
Rostin
I disagree.
Benham and the CFTC not publishing swaps data. It's like, how am I supposed to see and get a better picture of the direction of the market when there's such asymmetry in the data?
I mean, look, I think that stuff what you're speaking to, it's tough in this day and age. I think. I mean, this is just a pure opinion, but to obfuscate stuff that's and kind of obscure things that are really negatively impactful. Not saying it doesn't happen. Of course it does, but at scale, it's tough to do. It's much easier to hide this stuff in plain sight. And I think that if anything, these types of kind of interactive brokers type structures, I would say. I mean, I can't even say like agreements, but like structures and how they have so many different, again, components of healthy markets. They own so many different ones, and the market making arm makes a fortune, billions and billions of dollars.
It prints money. It literally prints
Yeah,
money.
right. Because if you understand kind of mechanistically how market makers work, I mean, they don't fucking lose money generally, and again, there's a lot that I'm not saying, obviously, because some of this was subject to a lawsuit I had nothing to do with, but I know that they've been sniped in the court system for good reason, because they've taken people out and some of their algorithms that interactive brokers on the brokerage side has, when people have kind of gotten into these like negative liquidity tornado type situations, and their liquidation algorithms and stuff. I mean, there's a lot that's gone on that's been really not great. And they've been sniped and they've settled for what I understand to be lots and lots of money. But these guys, again, if anything's going on, they're probably hiding it out in the open. And I would worry less about the stuff that's like CFTC not reporting this specific thing. I'm not saying that that's not impactful. It might be. I'm not qualified to say yes or no, but
well, I mean, how much larger is the derivatives market than the equities market? It's orders of magnitude, no?
No. I understand that, but I'm not. I'm saying the degree to which it's actually, again, and we're speaking in such generalities here that it's hard to really dig in. And by the way, again, like I said, I could be wrong. This is more just given my experience of the last decade, however many fucking years it's been now.
Yeah, sure. I just feel like there's so many things that are outside the purview of the SEC. Positions that are held overseas.
Sure.
They're like, I just feel like there's so many avenues for so much fuckery, and the SEC is basically just jerking off in their office, literally, right? Like they're getting caught looking at porn.
The SEC. I mean, look, the SEC. What people. I mean, the SEC can go after people. Kind of the agency, or I don't even know what. I mean, the agency itself can go after people, but generally, what happens, and I don't know that people know this. I just don't know because I'm not accustomed to many of these conversations. But the SEC takes cases that are brought to it by, basically like a whistleblower of sorts. And so what happens is you can oftentimes have, whether it's a securities attorney or otherwise, make a case, bring that case to the SEC, and then the SEC will actually decide whether or not to go after, a specific person, right? So saying the SEC sits there and jerks off, it's like, okay, maybe. I mean, I don't think that's the case. Obviously, it's tongue in cheek, but like, if that was indeed the case, all that would really need to happen if someone was being doing something wrong was someone would need to put, an attorney would need to put a case together, or not. I don't even know if it requires it to be an attorney, but put a case together, present it to the SEC, and then the SEC has their work basically done for them, or at least the introductory work. And then they can choose whether or not to go after this person. So they can basically sit there and jerk off until the case is brought to them, and then they can decide to go and pursue it.
You say whether things are done or not, but it's quite clear that we've only seen all of these institutions, all of these banks, they get fined retrospectively.
Sure.
So the crimes are happening in front of our eyes, right?
Sure.
They're not fast enough, not smart enough, whatever
Yeah,
the
but at the end of the
advantage is.
day,
On the risk,
if there
they
was,
charged
if
him
there,
$70 million for
if there was, all right, hold on, guys. Listen, I understand what you're saying, but what's the practical reality? What difference does it make? Should GameStop be at 50? That would be ridiculous. It's not a $20 billion company that doesn't make money. How would that make any sense if it were $20 billion? What do they have that's worth $20 billion? I don't see any retailer that loses money worth $20 billion. Do you? So is somebody manipulating it up? That's what I would argue. I don't think anybody's sitting there saying, "Oh, my poor GameStop needs to be worth 50 billion or 100 billion." Nobody in their right mind would look at GameStop and say, "Oh yeah, it's being suppressed." Maybe if it was at $2 or $3 or something, but man, this thing is trading. It's an unprofitable company trading for 10 billion. What, talk to me when it's
trading at book value, then I'd say, okay, maybe you got something. That's weird. And guess what? If that was the case, I'd go buy some. And I'd go buy as much as I could. And there's people out there with a lot of capital. They'd buy more. So it's hard to manipulate stocks. I once had a stock where I tried to literally short it to zero. And guess what? I lost $7 million on it. I got fucked. I thought I had enough money to stop them. They stopped me. So it's not easy. You think you can manipulate. Guess what? Somebody else wants to manipulate too. You think you could prey on somebody? There's a bigger bully. Goldman Sachs will come prey on you. There's no easy lunch, and it's foolish to think that, oh, maybe I'm not making as much money as I could because of some nefarious actor. You're not making as much money as you could because you should have bought NVIDIA. Instead of sitting here worrying about conspiracy theories, you should have learned about chips. You should have learned about GPUs. Instead of sitting here worrying about video game company retailers or should be bankrupt by now, go buy NVIDIA. You should be worried about GLP-1s, buying Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk that have skyrocketed. If you're worried about your GameStop stock not being up enough, it's your fault, not somebody else's. Nobody else is crying about manipulation. You think anybody's sitting there NVIDIA saying, oh man, these market makers? No. Go do your homework. Go find the next NVIDIA. It's not this. It's nothing special about GameStop. Nothing's changing in the world of selling somebody an Xbox game. There's nothing new about that. There's nothing interesting about that. That's just a big old boring fucking nonsense. Now go find the next cancer cure. You go find the next big major technology in blockchain or in AI or quantum computing or something like that. You can make a bunch of money. But this is retail, man. This is boring as hell. This is an old school business. It's a loser business. Name me a retailer that's worked over the last 10 years. Pretty hard to find. Anyway, that's my spiel on we're getting a little off track in this market maker stuff.
You bring up NVIDIA a lot. I want to bring that up too. They had good earnings, right? How
All right,
much?
I'm gonna head out. Thanks for the chat, man. It was nice talking.
Okay, yeah, really, thank you for that exit. Really appreciate it.
Cheers.
Go ahead, NVIDIA.
Yeah, so NVIDIA, the earnings, they were good, right?
Yep,
you know how good they were?
They've grown. Yeah, I'm very familiar with NVIDIA. They've grown their revenue and earnings quite a lot, yes.
Do you have the exact number for me?
I am an NVIDIA expert. What's your point?
No, so my question was, you said earlier in the call that, investors, they don't calculate on future growth. They don't invest on future growth. The NVIDIA...
Of course they do. What do you mean?
Of course they do, yeah. But my point was going to be that the day after the earnings, I believe they went up 250 billion.
Sure.
Do you think that was justified?
I don't know. I mean, the markets for high growth stocks are very uncertain. It's sometimes hard to know where a company like NVIDIA will stop growing. They're growing so quickly, 200% year over year, unheard of, that nobody knows if this will stop at 100 billion, or it'll go to 200 billion or 300 billion in revenue. If it's going to go that high, the stock's going to be worth 5 trillion. So I don't know.
They've passed Apple already.
What's that?
They've passed Apple.
Yep. Yeah. I think it'll be the first $10 trillion company. Somebody's got to be the first $10 trillion company. Maybe Tesla, Apple, Microsoft, but I think it'll be NVIDIA. But I'm not sure. Like I said earlier, I'm not sure of anything. Markets are tough. NVIDIA literally right now could be making the top tick of all time. Right? I don't know. I just have to guess, and my best guesses are, like I said, about 55, 60% right. They're not 90% right. I wish they were. I'd be the richest man in the world.
Were you checking New York Stock Exchange yesterday? The things that happen to the gold ticker, to Berkshire, and so on?
Yes.
Did you see what happened at the same time to NVIDIA?
No, what happened?
They spiked upwards, and they spiked downwards again when it was over.
Okay. What do you
infer? Can you explain that?
No.
I'm not into the market. I'm just a retail investor. I'm retarded.
I don't know if there's anything to draw from that, There was a bug, obviously. Bug got fixed. Markets move on. And that's why I think, worrying about the GameStop market makers is a foolish thing to do, because at the end of the day, maybe that'll cause supply-demand disruption for a day, but people will figure out if the stock's expensive, guys like me will come and short it. If the stock's cheap, maybe guys like Robert will come and buy it. And everything will be fixed at the end of the day. You know, you cannot run away from the stock market. It'll always catch up to you.
That's a good point. I have a question about that. It really ties into it nicely, and that's before 2021 run up. Yeah, I don't know how many years it was, but the idea was that, you know, Amazon, they're going to take over the world, right? So retailers, they're all fucked, like GameStop.
No.
So let's short them to smithereens because they're going to be done and bankrupt soon.
Many went bankrupt, yeah.
Yes. So we don't know the exact size of the short position because after 2021 happened and the buy button thing happened, right? Several, you know, the way they report short interest is different. There's information that's now not available anymore. I think until
I think
another year.
most of that data is unreliable in my opinion.
So there's information missing. But let's say there's quite a bit of shorts still hoping the shit bankrupts because they have I don't know how many shares at sub $1 at the current split rate. Obviously, the company is gonna not bankrupt in the next couple of quarters.
No.
How long can they keep up?
Well, I think the shorts that were in there, like Melvin, he was a Tiger Cub like I was. He worked at a Tiger Cub. I knew those guys very well. And then he went to SAC, did very well at SAC, was one of Steve Cohen's best investors. Then he started Melvin. And Melvin shut down, man. Melvin got hosed.
Does Plotkin still have a long fund now? Do you know?
I don't know what Plotkin's doing right now. I don't think he's managing money.
So last I heard of him, he stopped doing the short fund and he was going to do a long fund. I'm not sure if he still does that.
I think he's kind of cooked.
He got fried. I'm not sure why his similar partner in crime, you know, also shorting GameStop, Mr. Andrew left. He didn't leave because he's back. Well, he shorted in May. He shorted again now, and he's very vocal about it.
Okay, left is more of a Jim Cramer than he is a hedge fund manager, right? He's not. I don't think he has a hedge fund.
I don't know his position, but he's very vocal about being
vocal is,
short.
You know, you can be as vocal as you want. It doesn't mean anything. You know, the people that have tons of money, I think most people have avoided the GameStop short. You know, and they're kind of not. They don't want to repeat. Who wants to risk their business? You build a hedge fund for 10 years, 20 years. You want to risk the hedge fund to short one stock and be like Melvin? Hell no. It's a great job being a hedge fund manager. You make $50, $100 million for doing nothing, waking up in the morning every year. You don't want to put that to risk. You'd be crazy. So I think a lot of the smarter hedge funds have avoided shorting GameStop. Some of them may want to have another tango with the devil, short it a little bit, keep it small position, and be wary if it goes up to get out. And that's why the moves may be a little exacerbated. But I don't think there's somebody sitting there shorted from $1. I think those people are long out of business.
So one quick question about, you know, we talked a couple of times, I guess, about Citadel here, right? I think it's Virtue Citadel and one other, I forgot the name, that's mostly dealing with GameStop. Citadel, of course, big name, right? I think they have now the best performing hedge fund ever. That's the other side of the market, right? Not the market maker side, the other side, which begs the question again, how can you do that? You know, how can you avoid any sort of market manipulation or collusion when it's the same person basically running both sides?
Well, I know about the hedge fund side very, very well. I know about the market making side a lot less well. On the hedge fund side, Citadel almost went bankrupt. And I used to joke and call it Shitadel. At the time, I was an angrier person that wanted to see other people fail. I've since grown a bit as an individual. And, you know, I know how hard it is to build a successful business. So I respect Citadel. I respect what they built and grown. But they almost went to zero. 2008 was a rough time for them. And they were down 40%. In hedge funds, if you're down 20%, it's over. Down 40%, no way they could come back. No way in a million years. Who would want to wait to see them return from down 40? You'd have to have several up 20 years to get back to break even, because of geometric returns. So really, really tough position they were in, but they crawled out of it and they made it back. And one of the things they've done over the years is they've tried to hire teams of investors very quickly from other firms, especially if those firms are in trouble. They've been very creative. Last year they actually had very average performance, except for their weather traders, who made a fortune trading commodities using meteorology. Very creative. Wish I did that. Their stock pickers didn't do that great, because everybody's a stock picker. All the firms like Point72 and Millennium, they all have the same traders. They just go from firm to firm to firm. It's going between the Yankees and the Red Sox. And, they're all kind of average. They make 10%, 12%, which is fine for their clients. But Citadel had a superpower year because those weather traders. So, the hedge fund is okay. Obviously they've been around a long time. So at this point, they've been able to make a lot of money being a super large fund. But the returns aren't like the craziest thing ever, like Renaissance or something like that. But they have a combination of good returns and very large size. And they've done that, in a very industrial way. They've sort of turned hedge funds from a cottage industry into a systematic, well-oiled machine that can handle 50, 100 billion of capital, which hedge funds never thought they could be that big. So on the market making side, I don't think those guys talk to the other side, but they similarly have a really good business. They tried to start Citadel Research too. That didn't work so great. They wanted to compete with the big investment banks and have Citadel Securities. They decided to just do the market making, and they made a fortune doing that. I don't love that side of the business. I think there is a lot of weird shit that happens with payment for order flow and this other stuff, but I don't think it's anything to do with GameStop.
There was a bit of sketchy stuff with Robinhood back in the initial run-up. Like there were some chat conversations and phone calls that were being made.
At the end of the day, you can make an approximate value for GameStop, just like we did with that moronic guy who was very agitated. If they have 200 in earnings, 20 times earnings, that's 4 billion plus 2 billion. Okay, that's 6 billion. Current price is 10 billion. So that would be a downside scenario, maybe. If they have 400 in earnings, 30 times, that's 12 billion plus the 2, that's 14. So that would be 40% upside. So that's a rough band. And I'm giving quite frankly, a lot of rope to the upside, that it can be a $30 stock in the upside scenario, maybe 35. And in the downside scenario, it could be 15. So it's 25. It's in the middle. There's nothing unrealistic about that. If this stock shouldn't be at 100, right? It's not worth 100. So what's the complaint about? Who cares?
So I had one more question about the performance of the hedge fund of Citadel. I believe it's on their hedge fund books, but don't quote me on that. Again, I'm just a retail investor. I'm pretty retarded. I try to read some of these documents, but they have a lot of words and they confuse me.
Sound smarter than most people.
So last time I read it, I believe it was more than 60 billion worth of assets at self-evaluation that they own but haven't yet purchased. I'm not sure how that works. Yeah. That's shorts. Yeah. How many years can they be on the books? Because at least 2 years. It seems their position on that site seems to be increasing year over year.
Well, the assets under management is increasing, so the shorts increase too, and those aren't the same shorts. A balance sheet is a snapshot in time, so those are the shorts on the books as of that second when the quarter closes or the year closes. That's how many stocks they own, how many stocks they're short, how much cash they have, all that stuff, and that's the picture. It's not the same stocks, It's different stocks. They have hundreds of different portfolio managers. They have a guy I know who manages 200 million. They have another guy I know who manages 2 billion, and he has more team members and more seniority. And they have 200 guys like this. Some do retail, some do anything, some just do debt, some trade electricity, some trade weird shit, and some trade stocks. say like 200, 300 different autonomous guys, and no one guy can take the firm down. Because let's say one of these guys shorts GameStop. Well, Citadel's a big firm. You cannot take down Citadel with just GameStop. Even if the guy loses $5 billion, which is almost like impossible. But let's say he lost $5 billion, which would be gigantic, colossal loss. Citadel will survive this. They survived 2008, where they lost like $20 billion. So, I don't think this really is that relevant. The market's interesting. All these little things are interesting, but it's really like, again, why aren't you in NVIDIA? Why aren't you in Eli Lilly instead of GameStop, which is a dog? You could have been in NVIDIA and made 10 times your money. Now, I know why I wasn't in NVIDIA. I'm not smart enough. I didn't work hard enough. I'm working on my startup. I'm not that focused on the stock market. But even if I was full-time in the stock market, still no guarantee I would have gotten NVIDIA, because it's a hard game, man. This is a very hard game. And people would rather say that, somebody's suppressing their profits instead of saying, this is my fault. I didn't do enough research. I didn't think hard enough. I didn't realize how important GPUs were going to be with AI. And I missed the boat because I was focused on something else. And all the stuff we're talking about right now, it's distracting you, and you're wasting your time when you could be looking at new companies. You could be searching for the next NVIDIA. But you're worried about market makers.
That's a good point.
You're worried about, all this stuff that just doesn't really it's not going to make you money. What's going to make you money is you find the next big winner. GameStop could be the next big winner, but, you never be satisfied. So when I used to find good drug stocks and put them in our portfolio, I looked for even more better drug stocks. Because obsessing over the same one drug stock, well, by obsessing over it, I'm not going to make it a better drug. I'm not going to make it revenue go up. But I could find another company in Australia or Japan or Europe or even in the US that somebody has not looked at or hasn't thought about it as carefully as I have, or something changed and they don't realize it. And I want to go find that stock and maybe make a big return. But if I sit and pout or worry about markets not being fair, it's like a loser's perspective in my point of view, because
that's
the
why
stock market.
That's why we're
is
trading
about
GameStop, because we understand that the market manipulation has been going on for years. Like, it's been going on even in September. What was it, 22nd? SEC fines Citadel $7 million for denoting short sales as long sales and long sales
I
as
didn't
short
see
sales
that.
for what was it, 3 to 5 years? And
I'd like to
it
see
cost
that.
millions, like millions
can,
and billions of dollars. So when you speak of Kenneth Griffin being the richest man, well, it makes sense when you're robbing and stealing. Oh,
well, I'd
robbing,
like
but he
to.
also was attached to them, right? So like
I'd like to.
many of us are here because of that. Like, we're not putting all of our money maybe in. Maybe it's 1,000. Maybe it's 10,000. Maybe it's 1 million. But at the end of the day, we're trying to put a stop to the market manipulation and the rich folks consistently taking from everyone else.
Well, I'd like to see if you can message me that fine, because I always like to see those. I always get a smile on my face because I paid a lot of fines myself, and be curious what that looks like. I don't think that buying GameStop is going to change market manipulation or anything like that. I think that the only thing that you can really do is find great investments. And I just don't know that this is the great investment. Like, I'll give you just an example. I'm trying to think of a stock or a situation that could be interesting. There's a company called IonQ. They make quantum computer. Quantum computers are like supposed to be the next thing after GPUs. They're supposed to be even faster, but they're very hard to make. They're almost impossible. It's like making a rocket ship. It's theoretical. It's not even a real product yet. They don't have any revenue. But if they can actually make a workable quantum computer, this could be the next Intel or the next NVIDIA. It's got a small market cap, but it's like rocket science. I don't know if IonQ is going to make a real quantum computer. Most of the people I know that are experts in this say they will not, and they will fail. But if they did, I think it's like $1 billion market cap. If it can get to 100 billion, that's 100x. It's exciting. I don't know if they can do it. Maybe, maybe not. But that's something I should be looking into. I don't think GameStop's going to go up 100x. I don't think it can. And trying to make it go up by like collaborating and pushing it up together, I don't think it's going to work. I wish it would.
Do you believe, honestly, that it's retail pushing it up though right now?
Who else is trading it?
the volumes and the amount, not today, but the past weeks, this isn't retail volume.
Retail can trade, man. Retail is money.
Hey, Martin, I have a question.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, so like, I think you'd have a good perspective on it because, so given we know, the 2021's sort of squeeze, so to speak, was, it was an FTD squeeze as opposed to a short squeeze. Do you think we could see something similar happening here? Given the massive amount of FTDs that are probably coming in from the last run up a couple of weeks ago, when
Yes,
RoaringKitty started posting.
It's always possible.
Say that coupled with, hypothetically, if he exercises those calls, we could see some fucking huge buying pressure.
Maybe, man. I mean, listen, I think it's possible. When I try to buy stocks, I focus. Can you go on mute, Luke? Thank you. When I try to buy stocks, I try to focus on one thing. Is this a company that I want to proverbially, metaphorically be married to? Do I want to own a piece of this business? Would I give this to my son or daughter, which I don't have yet? I need to find a girl. If one of you all are listening, just send me a message. Would I give this down, pass this down to my family as a valuable asset? This company, as it stands, and I'm just calling it like I see it, as of this moment, and the guy, Moranter, or whatever his name was, he makes a good point. Maybe they will turn profitable this year. Maybe they'll turn profitable next year as well and make even more profits. But as of right now, they're not profitable. They're shrinking. The outlook does not look good. It looks kind of bleak. I would not pay a ton for this asset. It's obviously an asset. It's worth something. But it doesn't seem like it's worth $10 billion. I got 2 in cash. The business itself, maybe at best, if I'm being generous, worth 2. So that's 4. So I'm missing 6. The 6 has to get catched up by someone somewhere. And I don't like to play catch up. I like to be ahead of the game.
So, Martin, question for you.
100% agree with what you're saying. I'm not really interested in arguing over the fundamentals of GameStop.
Let's let Big Goat. Let's let Big Goat finish real quick, and then we'll talk about non-fundamentals.
So, Martin, I'm a big fan of KBIO, right? Joe Campbell and the GoFundMe, right? So I just want to know from you, what would you do? What would your suggestion? If you were the board, if you were a CEO of GameStop, what would you do right now then?
You really want to know my
answer? So we can have somebody start a GoFundMe account. That's what we want to do. So what would you do?
What I would do if I was in charge of GameStop, I would do something pretty crazy. I would go sell $1 billion of convertibles, and I would go buy $1 billion of Bitcoin. And the stock would go crazy, and I would keep doing it. And I could probably get the stock to $200. It's a wild plan. It worked for MicroStrategy. It gives people something exciting to worry about and think about. And you don't have to focus on turning around the gaming business, a retailer. We're in a world where retail has been wiped out by Amazon. It's ghost land. It's wasteland, ghost town. It's hard to make a store pop. It's really hard. All these stores have gone bankrupt. Every department store you can think of, bankrupt. Toys R Us, bankrupt. Radio Shack, bankrupt. The best you could do is survive. And you need this stock to thrive. He's got to do something different, real different. And I think convertibles, he could sell $1 billion of convertibles immediately, even $2 billion, maybe more. Rob would know how to place those, but I don't think it would be hard. And take that cash money and go buy another different kind of company. But I don't even think Bitcoin is something that Bitcoin stocks are so hot that if GameStop joined the Bitcoin craze with, MicroStrategy, which has done amazing, I think GameStop would double overnight. That's how I would handle it. But I see you guys out here, and I see what you want. You want the big win. You're not going to get a big win by turning these stores around. These stores are dogs. What retail company is going to win big. Maybe it'll take 10 years. Something. It's not going to happen.
Well, Martin, one thing though is Amazon kind of wiped out retail, but I can tell you, shopping on Amazon is fucking horrible if you want to find something.
I agree. I don't disagree, but it's also game distribution. Steam and Epic Store and Xbox Store, they don't want GameStop. They cut out the middleman. Why do you need GameStop? I'll sell you the game directly. I'm not going to pay you wholesale. I want every dollar. If you're Microsoft, what do you need GameStop for? You know?
Are they still in the deal where they get a portion of the digital sales? Do you know that?
I'm not sure, but it doesn't seem, like I said, if I'm the CEO of GameStop or the board, I got to make some bigger move. And the NFT thing didn't cut it. Adjusting for hardware. I mean, these are small tactical strategy changes that could work, but none of these are home runs. They're little base hits, little things. You know, like remember the bobbleheads and the little like suggestions that they've made over time, collectibles. Slowly but surely, they've tried to make those big, and you know they've made some baby steps, no doubt about it. But it doesn't look like they're going to be profitable this year. You know.
So one last question for you, Martin, because I've been listening for the whole session, and I appreciate your time, and everyone else. So I only want to ask one more thing. So if there's a large amount of people that still believe that GameStop's not going to be profitable and it will go bankrupt, and I do feel like there is somebody on the other side of the trade where a lot of people do feel like it's going to do good. A lot of people or big money thinks it's going to do bad.
Sure.
If they're so sure of that it's going to go bad, why are people being paid to badmouth it? Why not just let it run?
Who do you think's being paid to badmouth it?
I know people have been paid since 2021. I don't know. Like, I can, if you want to, I can send you some of the details of the companies that were hired before that got money to specifically badmouth specific stocks. GameStop's one of them.
That'd be very interesting. I'd love for you to post about that or show the receipts, because I've been around the markets. I've shorted stocks. I've badmouthed stocks. I really haven't heard of people paying others. What some guys used to do, I'll give you a little inside baseball that I shouldn't talk about, but I'm out of the industry. A lot of times you'll feed a journalist. There's a guy in biotech named Adam Feuerstein who's very famous. You know, if you write a long paper about how a company is fucked up and messed up, and you give it to a journalist, sometimes even anonymously, and say, here you go, here's a present. Because a journalist is a writer. They want to write articles. That's their job. Get some clicks. You just did their job for them. You did all the work. You investigated the whole thing, but you don't want to put your name on it because your firm is publicity shy. You don't want a bunch of angry apes at you. So you give it to a journalist and you say, here you go, pal. Why don't you go write this? This is a nice article for you. Get your views, you get your bonus, your journalist paychecks, and you do me a big favor by getting all this dirt out on the stock. People will also do this with sell-side analysts, but they don't really pay cash. I've never seen somebody, and again, you're talking to a guy who went to prison. I've never seen somebody handle somebody a bag of cash and say, go do this, go do that. It just doesn't happen as far as I know. Maybe there's an even dirtier side of Wall Street that I don't know about, but I think I do. And I just don't see that. But I'd love to see that information, because it'd be interesting to me, because I've seen the dirtiest tricks. I played some of the dirtiest tricks, and I just don't hear or see guys getting paid to bash, because one, the results speak for themselves in the long run. Two, there aren't that many people that have gravitas that will take pay. So I know for a fact, and again, I really shouldn't be saying this because it's betraying a lot of confidences, but I know for a fact that Andrew Left takes a lot of his writings from hedge funds. He does not come up with most of the stuff, if you ask me, and I'm part of this, I'm guessing, part of this I know. I don't know how much of it, but I know a lot of his stuff comes from a hedge fund that shorts 1 million shares of a stock, 2 million shares of a stock, and they say, hey, Andrew, we're from fund so-and-so, some famous big shot fund that probably isn't making that much money. And, we're from this firm or that firm. You know the names, maybe Melvin. And they say, Left, here's the easy way to make a bunch of money. We're short 2 million shares. Why don't you go ahead and short 20,000 shares? Because you don't have billions of dollars, but maybe you got a couple mil. Short 20,000 shares and put this paper out. We wrote it for you. You don't have to do anything. And he might say, well, I have some principles, so I'm going to read this over and I'm going to edit it and see what my own research finds. And he might do that. He might disagree and say, you know what, guys, I'm not going to put this out. Or he might say, I'm so impressed and amazed by how prestigious you are, I'm going to follow you in and put it out. And then the stock drops 5 or 10%. Get out, rinse and repeat, and you can become very rich this way. It's not something I would ever do. It's not something that I think's tremendously valuable or ethical. I think that at the end of the day, short-term hits and runs are market manipulation. If you write a hit piece on a stock, let's say the stock's at 20, you short 1 million shares, you write your hit piece, you put it out, and the stock's at 18, and you cover your short, and you make $2 million. I don't know. That seems to me like market manipulation. If you wait 3 months or 6 months, you let the dust settle, and it's at 18, and you cover your short, I think that's fine. But if you, as you're putting the article out, you're covering your short, preying on that disarray and that confusion and that craziness, because people are reading the article, they're getting nervous. Some people are selling, some people are buying. And in that tumult, you're quickly profited some quick millions. I think that's wrong. I would not advise you do that. I do think you'll get caught, especially if you do it over and over and over again. And there are a number of people in the short seller community who have been investigated, including Mr. Left. Now, he's never been charged. So, innocent until proven guilty. Innocent until he's not even charged. So it's not even innocent until proven guilty yet. And even Muddy Waters, who is a very vicious short selling group, has never been charged. So, but they have been investigated. So, at the end of the day, the market's a marketplace of opinions. Some people like the stock, some people don't. It's not personal. It's a lot of smart people that like the stock. I hope they're right for their sake and their portfolio and their families and so forth. I'm just trying to give you a different perspective that, there are other stocks in the stock market. I don't think that the movement of trying to change the marketplace dynamics, as Goat was talking about, I don't think this will accomplish it. I do think it's great that people want to invest. This is a lot better than meme stocks on crypto, meme tokens. It's a lot better than a lot of the stuff out there. GameStop is a lot better than AMC. At least the company is not in a precarious financial situation. And, GameStop in a lot of ways perpetually is going to have some value because the company management isn't losing a huge fortune, and maybe they will get it right at some point. But what I'm saying is that you have alternatives. I mentioned the Gap. I mentioned United Therapeutics, where look at United Therapeutics. It's a 10 billion market cap, same as GameStop, but they make $1 billion a year. Now, if they keep making $1 billion a year, they can retire the whole float in 10 years. GameStop doesn't have that luxury. GameStop doesn't have any profits. They might, but why would you pay for a maybe when you have a sure thing? Now, United has their problems too. Maybe they won't make money forever. There's a lot of issues there. There's no free lunch in the stock market. But that's kind of what my point is. It's not to say that GameStop's the worst investment I've ever seen, or that there's fraud going on at the company, or that there's some huge issue, or that you're a big idiot if you're long it. What I'm trying to show people is that there's a lot more to the world than just GameStop. It's not likely to be a source of financial salvation. If a lot of things go well and a lot of things turn around, could you make a little money on it? Yes. But some of that is priced into the stock. It's a $10 billion company for a reason. It's not 10 billion, and because they're losing money, and the market thinks they'll lose money forever. The market thinks they will start to make money. How much is the question? And for your sake, I hope they make $1 billion a year. But even if they did, I'm not sure the stock's going more than really a double. And I like stocks where they can go up 10x or 20x. Wouldn't you have liked to be in Nvidia 2 years ago? I would have.
Well, if you go back 3 years, you might have told me 2 years ago to get out because they plateaued and they go down again, right?
Sure.
And so that's the thing with investments, and I hope everyone here realizes if you're investing money, you should spend money that you can miss, because it is always a risk. It can go to zero. You need to keep that in mind, and you need to be willing to go long term if you're not a short seller or if you really believe in a company. And I think definitely in the case of GameStop, a bunch of people still believe in Ryan Cohen. I know he tried to thing with the NFTAs, didn't work out. That's fine. But they still trust him as the CEO. He does, he does the position without any compensation, which is notable, right? It adds something to that position because it feels like he is doing this because he really wants to do it. Whereas Aaron for AMC, which please don't buy it, like you can look up his sell history since 2021 and what he has been up to. He's been sliming up the people who bought it, and he's been really like pressing the money out of people to the nth degree, while saying, "Oh man, I'm on your side," and on the other side of the screen, he's basically diluting and handing the shares to the people who had shorted his stuff. So it's interesting.
Yeah, it's Adam Aaron and the whole AMC fiasco was unbelievable. And I think that lady Amy and I spent a lot of time trying to talk people out of AMC because it was really obvious. AMC makes GameStop look like Nvidia. It was just that bad. But again, there's a big market out there. I wouldn't get caught up with GameStop as somehow like being this be all end all. So I'm probably going to wrap it up soon, but let's just add some people and see who wants to say what. Just let me know. Give me your thoughts.
Hey, Martin, can I chip in here?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I agreed with everything you're saying, and I've been around the markets a while, and it's kind of amazing to me like how many people think that diamond handing GameStop is like a way to stick it to the man on Wall Street, because it's totally not. I think a lot of them are just kind of beginner or novice investors, and everyone.
Well, yeah, and let me just say one thing real quick. I worked for Jim Cramer in 2000. The hedge fund guys were the guys that stuck it to Wall Street. Nobody in their right mind opened a hedge fund to make it on Wall Street. These people were mavericks. They were crazy. Nobody understood why they would do it. It's because they loved the game so much. They wanted to have their own little firms. Now hedge funds have become a big business. But, sticking it to the man on Wall Street, which man? The big banks, the hedge funds, the mutual funds, the retail investor. At the end of the day, your job is to make your P&L go up. And you do that by finding great companies. You don't do that by worrying about whether the game is rigged or not rigged. Nobody rigged you on Nvidia. You could have bought Nvidia and made 10 times your money.
Yeah, and
please go ahead.
Yeah, and if there are beginners listening out there, I would highly recommend checking out Martin's finance analysis videos on YouTube. He's got a playlist there. I learned from those videos back in the day, and I went on to get jobs at banks. And so I just want to say thank you, Martin. That content really made a difference for people out there.
Should I just butt in? I've had my hand up for a while.
Go ahead, Hal. Go ahead.
Yeah, look up top. So do you think you're a good person, Martin?
I do.
Okay, go ahead and retweet that up top.
I see your survey. I've done.
Yeah, go ahead and retweet it.
Okay.
So go ahead and do that.
Hal, slow down, relax, take a deep breath.
No, go ahead and retweet it.
Hal, I had a question.
It's that easy, man. If you think you're a good person, go ahead and retweet it.
Hal, you're a weirdo. I decide what tweets I make. I've done those kinds of surveys before. I think that the vantage point of the person doing the survey is what's important. So if I made a survey like that, I would get a lot of positive answers. But because you and your GameStop kind of beginner guys, I have 200,000 people that are fans of mine. I would get a lot of yeses. People who care about GameStop don't like me right now because I'm saying things that are hard for them to process. If you really like GameStop and you're confident, you just say, okay, great. Let's see if Martin's right. Let's see if I'm right. That's how I do it when I trade with Rob. Rob and I disagree on a lot of things. Sometimes he likes the stock. Sometimes I hate the stock. Even my own colleagues and I disagree about stocks because we're human. Guy down the hall might like this stock and I might hate it. So it's not personal. You're making it personal for some weird reason. That's not going to help you make money in the market. Go try to find the next NVIDIA. Take that energy and find the next NVIDIA. Take that energy, find the next Supermicro. Take that energy, find the next Novo Nordisk. Take that energy, find the next Eli Lilly. Maybe GameStop is one of those next big winners. Maybe. I don't think so, but I hope you can find it. Semi, what's up, Semi?
Can I respond?
Let's just move on to somebody else. You got a chance.
No. Hey, go ahead and make a poll then. Make your poll. Ask people if you think you're a good person. Do it. I dare you.
I don't know what that has to do with GameStop. I personally know I'm a good person, so I don't need, I guess, Twitter to care about it. I'm happy to make the poll. I don't know what on earth you're so obsessed about with this. I mean, I've been able to raise capital from institutions, individuals. I have many different people, famous people following my account. I speak to political leaders in our country, senators, presidents, presidential candidates. I mean, you think I'm a bad guy, but some people don't. And you're entitled to your opinion, but I don't want to make a poll. Sorry, man. But, stop being so weird. Try to be a little bit normal. That'd be good. Semi, what's up, man?
Yeah, I think it would be interesting if... So the question that poll actually answers is, do people that are responding to this poll think you're a good person, not whether you're a good person or not. And a more interesting poll to me is Daraprim for diabetes? Because, and if you were to post that and then under that is Shkreli a good person, that would be an interesting combo because you definitely weed out the selection bias there to some degree.
Should I lower the price of insulin?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think your idea about GameStop kind of becoming a Bitcoin proxy is an interesting one. But I think it's interesting in the way that it sort of puts the ball in someone else's court.
Yeah, it's misdirection.
Well, it puts the ball in somebody else's court by, like, GameStop right now, for better or worse, is the captain of its own fate because it has this huge cash pile. It's like a SPAC. It needs to produce yield on it.
Right.
I'm not sure if I were Ryan Cohen, if I would want to.
Sorry, I think the space is kind of rugging out. Jeff?
Hey, appreciate it, Martin. I'm actually just curious, given your experience with the SEC, if you'd give your perspective on, as we see what's happening in crypto and we see what's happening in meme stocks and this whole naked short thing, which at least for a lot of shitcoins appears to be just a misdirection campaign run by management teams.
Right.
What your view is on, I mean, it feels like the golden age of fraud, right? So,
I don't know about that.
If the SEC is just overwhelmed, or why they don't take more,
I see what you're
more
saying.
action. And then a second question, if you would just touch on, your view on the possibility that there's really, systematic naked shorting out there.
So I'll take the second one first, and I would just say no. I don't think that there's huge amounts of naked shorting that's relevant. On the first question, at first I said I don't think this is the golden age of fraud, But then I thought about meme stocks, not meme stocks, meme tokens particularly. I think that we're in a golden age of wild speculation. And GameStop is almost like, to some extent, reserved. 2020 and 21, those were more, wild speculation days. This is a little bit tame relative to that. AMC, when AMC was flying, that was speculative. So I don't know that there's massive fraud out there. I mean, I think companies like Microsoft and Apple are doing well. There are not that many bubble companies that are like way overvalued. If anything, they're in the private markets. So I don't see what you're talking about. I mean, I think the golden age of fraud was either 2000 or 2008, where in 2008 you had a bunch of hedge funds that we learned were cooking the books, Madoff, etc. You had a bunch of subprime stuff. You had a bunch of banks fail, Lehman, etc. And then in 2002, you had Enron, WorldCom, that kind of era, Computer Associates. A lot of people went to jail. So those were the golden ages of fraud. Since then, we have Starbucks. We have hedge funds tightened up quite a bit with the Registered Investment Act, or RIA requirements, I should say. So I don't think there's a lot of fraud. In fact, I think the SEC goes overboard. I also have a personal dog in this, obviously. Spent a lot of time in the SEC office, more than I'd like. And, all of this is besides the point, which is how is GameStop grow their business? And that is the magic question. That is what matters. Warren Buffett built one of the biggest companies in the world by buying a good business after a good business after good business, by buying good stocks. He didn't sit there and worry about market makers. He didn't sit there and worry about short sellers. He just bought the good businesses with good management teams that grew their revenue and grew their earnings. Will that happen to GameStop? I don't have a crystal ball. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. I don't think it will. And you got to pay the right price for those kinds of opportunities. And this is a bad price for kind of a bad company. Now, could it turn around and I could look stupid? Yeah, sure. Absolutely. But 5 years from now, GameStop will either, we'll know whether I was right or wrong, or whether you were right or wrong. And, we'll make other bets too. And we'll go on, and each one of us is trying to grow our portfolio. I don't think you should be trying to grow getting even. I don't think you should be trying to grow going down rabbit holes and conspiracy theories. I think you just make your money stack as high as you can. That's it. And Nvidia would have done that. GameStop hasn't done it.
Good question.
Go ahead.
Because it ties into the question about corruption or like, the SEC not doing their job. You did touch on this, lit exchanges versus these quote dark pools. Yeah. These numbers are available. Yeah. If we pay. Yeah? And so in the days we do pay, or the days we track the stuff, there are days where it's 50 to 80% of the GameStop trades happen off a lit exchange. That seems unhealthy. Do you agree?
I really don't know a lot about this stuff. I don't think you can suppress a stock price. I've tried. I don't think dark pools do very much. They sound scary, but they don't really mean anything.
Well, they allow you to bundle trades, right? So, I mean, effectively, you could take some of the buy pressure and spread it out in a single bundle after hours.
It still comes out in the wash. You can't, amplify your buying power without amplifying how much money you put in. Every buyer has to have a seller. It's really just not possible to misdirect. And again, what's the point? GameStop shouldn't be at 50 or 100, should it?
Well, looking at the past 3 years, I do believe it should be around 40, closer to 40 than 27.
Why? It's not worth. Why is it worth 20 billion? What do they have that's worth 20 billion?
I would add too, my background's in corporate credit, right? And you have markets other than stock markets. Corporate credit's a completely off exchange market. Nobody's screaming fraud because of that, right? To pick up the phone and call and do a deal or do a Bloomberg chat, right? There's markets other than stock markets that aren't exchange markets that nobody's really concerned about.
Yeah, I think this is beginner's frustration. Investing is hard. It is hard.
I wish I had NVIDIA. I'd be on a boat somewhere chilling. I wish I had Supermicro. I wish I bought call options and AMD. I wish I wish all that stuff happened. Instead, I'm sitting here grinding away, working on my, programs, hoping that they grow and make me lots of money. But that's hard too. There's no fucking easy way to make a fortune. And sitting here crying about market makers ain't gonna do it either. That's not gonna change anything, and it's not gonna make your portfolio go up. We got to find a great company that's going to grow revenue and earnings very quickly, that people don't expect will grow revenue and earnings very quickly. That's what happened to Lilly. That's what happened to NVIDIA. And I don't know what that next company is, but I bet you that if all of us sat down and did our work instead of bothering with this bullshit, that we'd go find it.
Oh, hello? That's what?
Do you believe Keith Gill parlayed 50 grand into $250 million just by YOLOing meme stock calls in 3 years? Because that's the craziest feat of trading I've ever heard.
Maybe, yeah. Who knows, right? I've seen it. 50 grand, I don't know. That's a small amount to start with, but maybe.
Martin, what do you think makes people so susceptible to getting pumped and dumped with GME? Because the stuff you see online is pretty crazy. If you go on super stock and stuff, they're just so desperate to get pumped and dumped constantly.
I think it's hope. I think it's hope that you can make. I call it salvation, but
yeah, but it's actual conspiracy and stuff. If you go on Reddit, the stuff they say is insanity. I don't know.
That's why I'm doing this.
Into this stuff.
I'm trying to.
So what's your focus in Baghold? Are you saying that you're shorting it? Because if GameStop isn't something that you have your attention on, then why are you even here? Why would you even consider spending time on Reddit? That's what
I short when it opened Monday. I took a short position and I closed it. I'm 20 years old, so I don't really have that much money. But I did.
I think I'll give you my answer for that, Goat. I think that this whole phenomenon, especially what he's talking about, reading some of that stuff, it makes people's jaws kind of drop. When I read the New York Post and I read about some crazy thing that happened on the subway or some crazy story, I just sit there and say, "Wow, ain't that crazy?" And
it's kind of
that
fun
kind. I think that's the reason. Yeah.
Yeah, I was reading this stuff about about DRS. Martin?
Yes.
Yeah, dude, it's so stupid, man. The stuff I was reading, these people, right? I'm sure you saw it. They DRS because they think it's stop all these shorting, whatever, right? And then they did DRS with computer share, but then
I hate to say this because
when the stock pumped, they couldn't even say.
Listen. I hate to say this because I tried this once myself. I DRS'd my stock and I took a public company over myself. It was $1. I think you all can learn from me. It was $1. It was $1 a share. I started buying it. I bought most of the company. Of course, as I was buying it, the company's stock price was jumping up because I was buying everything out there. It went to 150, then it went to 170. And then I said in my SEC filing, I own 70%. The stock went to 40. Then I said, I'm going to do you one better. The stock settled down a little bit. Maybe it's at 30. I said, I'm going to DRS all my shares. And the stock didn't go up. I was puzzled. So, what gives? I'm DRSing my shares. You can't trade them. Didn't matter. Didn't make a difference. Stock kept going down and down and down.
Because the stock itself wasn't worth it, right?
What's that?
The stock itself wasn't actually.
When you DRS your shares, you don't own them. You just own a copy of them, and they still are allowed to loan them out.
Well, I think the most important thing to think about on the DRS thing, if you get a certificate of your shares and you put them in a drawer, you still are subject to the rule of the market, which is the last sale rule. The last trade is the prevailing price. So even if 99% of the shares are DRS'd, and all that's left is me and Jeff trading our shares amongst each other, Jeff and I get to set the price of the security, in this case GameStop, because all y'all are out of the market.
So let me ask you a question, Martin. You don't work for a firm or anything like that, do you?
Nope. I have a software company I manage.
So you're not in any way, shape, or form working for Citadel, correct?
No, I can't. In fact, I'm banned from the securities industry, so unfortunately, I can't work.
Wait, you're banned forever? I thought that would be
I'm
cool.
banned from the
Okay,
securities
so
industry, at least in America.
I just have a quick question for you. If you could you explain to me what this video stands for?
Which video? What video? You don't have a video.
Hang on.
There's no video.
Hang on. Give me just a sec. Give me
So
just
did
a
you see
second.
that RoaringKitty?
Explain this for me,
No,
please.
no video.
Hang on.
What video? There's no video here. Hold on, guys.
Hold on.
Hold on. Your mic's really noisy. I can't really hear you. So I think you have to come back because your mic's just, everybody heard that, right? It's super noisy. I can't hear anything. It just sounded garbled.
No, it's not.
No,
I'm trying to play a video.
It's garbled. It's garbled. I can't hear you. Okay, let's go to the next caller.
Hey, can I jump in real quick? I promise it'll be quick. Just a couple points. So remember you were talking about the comparison about the Costco guy, him being the fat kid, bouncing the ball with both hands, double dribbling and stuff. I'm not trying to make you feel worse. I really am not. But you might want to go look him up on YouTube because the last GameStop earnings, he was in a literal astronaut outfit while the price was drilling into the core of the earth. So I'm trying to make it more comical. The moron Sky, he was literally dressed as like a spaceman for the last GME earnings.
Is that something that I should be impressed with or embarrassed by or what?
Well, it was just the comparison because that's the Costco guy, same guy. That's all I was trying to say. Number two.
What are you trying to?
Oh, he thinks it's going to the moon. It's that whole same belief, you know. He thinks it's literally going to thousands per share.
Are you sure, Johnny?
Hold on.
Are you another shorter? Are you another one that's?
Yeah, I actually short all the time, dude. And here's what I actually wanted to address you, Big Goat. Look, I don't have beef with anybody. I hope everyone makes money in the market. I actually am happy that Martin's doing all these spaces because I do the same thing as he does, and I try to do PSAs all the time so that people don't get wrapped up in this crap and start believing lies that someone else that might want you to hold a bag tells you, right? And I think what he's doing proves the poll that they were asking a minute ago. Is he a good person? By doing this, he's doing a good service to anybody out there trading, because you shouldn't be buying overvalued stock. Yes, I have shorted GME many times. I was previously a bull before DFV. I was also a bull when it crashed down to 40 in February 2021. If you actually want to learn about dark pools and all that stuff, I'm going to start sharing some books I have or recommending some. And you can get into the marking plumbing, like really deep. And here's the thing that most people don't understand. Dark pools, a lot of the time, are actually beneficial to us retail traders because you don't want big money dumping, $5, 10, $20 million worth of shares on open market. It'll depreciate the price faster. And the last thing,
I used to try to use the dark pools when I have to hide my trades, but it never worked.
Yeah, it doesn't always work. And if people are really that, paranoid about the dark pools, they can go sign up for Interactive Brokers. And I believe if you move up 1 or 2 tiers of their service, they actually let you route through their dark pools. Not huge trades or anything, but they let you use them. And it's like that should take the mystique and the paranoia away if you'd like. The very last note I wanted to make is regarding, people were talking about, does he have the money to exercise? Can he do cashless exercise? All that stuff. I just want to recommend one article that's out there that's called RoaringKitty's $240 million Problem. And it's at Sherwood News. And I think everybody should go take a look at it because that kind of covers all the questions that people had previously about, can he exercise? How much money does he need? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Before I leave, I just want to say thanks for doing these spaces. I think it's great. I think you're helping educate these people. And I'd like to be part of it again.
I will say one thing real quick. I did make a stock recommendation on Wall Street Bets when I came out of jail. I told you guys to buy LQDA. It tripled. So if you haven't tripled your money in GameStop and you think like this is going to be the stock that saves your life, makes you a fortune, well, I told you to buy liquidity at 4. It's at 14. It's doubled just in the last 6 months. Over the last year or two, it's, like I said, about tripled. And there's a lot of stocks out there. You can find some winners. Use your brain. don't fall for this cult. It's telling you that, you know, you're going to make a fortune on this one stock. I don't care if you buy the stock or not, man. I'm rich. I don't care if you stay poor, you get rich, not. I'm just giving you my game, how I did it, and just telling you that there's no easy way. And thinking this is going to be the easy way is just going to make it worse. And stocks aren't for everyone. You know, if you can't sit there and spend hour after hour after hour looking at stock after stock after stock of obscure stocks in different countries, you know, different industries, who has that kind of time? Well, professionals do. Warren Buffett does. You know, it's not for everyone who has a day job. The likelihood out of 8,000 stocks that you're going to pick the winner, well, you might as well just throw a dartboard. And if you're going to try to stick it to Citigroup and JP Morgan, you might as well, you know, I don't know, be screaming into the wind because nobody's listening. And the way you want to make money, again, there's a lot of stories out there, guys that started with nothing and turned themselves into millionaires and even billionaires. You know who I'm talking about. There's plenty of people out there that have done it, average people, but they don't get bogged down and obsessed with empty routes, empty roads, dead ends. They hit a wall and they pivot and, okay, this isn't working. GameStop's not making me a fortune. What do I have to do
So
to get rich?
Martin, I just have a question for you, bud. What do you feel about the $517 billion and unrealized losses that there are now 63 banks that are facing insolvency?
Well, let's see if they go bankrupt.
Or what about $1 trillion worth of shares sold?
Your microphone is a little bad, but people short stocks as part of the market. That's probably a good thing, to be honest.
Is that shorting or is that naked shorting?
Nobody knows.
So the short interest right now reported from last month for GameStop, to go back on topic, because that is the topic of the stream, right, was 29.46%. Now,
that's 29%. Okay, that's a lot.
That is considered very much, right, in terms of squeeze territory, right? And that's a lot. That's 15 days ago. That was before Kitty is back. That's before the quote retail rallies. So I'm interested what that number is going to be in a couple of days.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm game for a good squeeze, shit, you know, but is that really going to be the way, you know, we all make tons of money? We double our stack this year. If you double your portfolio every year, you'll become extremely rich in 10 years, 5 years.
I think the short interest will probably drop because there was a lot of funds that were piled in from the previous filing as well, and they're not going to be bag holding and stuff. For example, Renaissance Technologies most likely sold that giant move up to 75 plus because they were in I saw a dark pool print right around that time for a large amount of shares.
Well, they never seem to be on the wrong side of anything, so we'll see there. But you know, how do we double our money this year is what I'm worried about, and I don't think this stock's going to help me very much. I like that idea, 30% short interest. You know, when you buy the stock, you get paid to lend it, and you get the upside. And by buying it, you squeeze a little bit. That's kind of interesting. I kind of like that. I don't like to buy stocks that I think are overvalued, but you know, I'll gamble a little bit.
We like when you gamble, Martin. You squeezed and made a GoFundMe page for Joe Campbell. I remember it. I still remember it. I remember I was in it. I made a killing with that. And I remember you was the guy who was against the same corrupt, same people that are, you know, abusing the market every day.
I don't think there's as much market abuse as you do. You know?
September 22nd, Martin. Make sure you look that up on SEC and Citadel. Millions
I do want to
of
see
orders.
that. I do want to see that. I love it.
Denoted as short sales and then long sales replaced. So it's September 22nd.
I do want to see that because I've gotten fined. And
but just for the record, you said in no circumstances you work for Citadel, correct?
Listen, I'm banned by the Securities and Exchange Commission from being affiliated with an investment advisor. So if I were to affiliate with an investment advisor in any way, shape, or form, that would be something that would be not permitted, and it would cause me damages, which I don't think any of us in this space want to talk about. It would cause me some issues. There's no need to talk about that because I'm not permitted to do that in the first place. So ultimately, let's just leave it at that. I'm not permitted to be affiliated with a investment advisor such as a hedge fund or mutual fund, a bond fund, a venture capital fund, etc. Anybody that holds themselves out to be an investment advisor, I'm banned from being that. Are there technicalities and things like that? Yes, but probably, but I'm not interested in exploring that. And I'd rather keep this focused on GameStop as opposed to me personally. Barim, you've been waiting for a long time. What do you have to say?
Okay, can I just finish what I had to say real quick before you muted me? And then we can go to
Barim, you've been waiting a long time. What do you have to say?
Hey, man, thank you for having me up here. I appreciate it. I just wanted to comment on some things about GameStop and meme stops, AMC, all those sagas. You're right about when it comes to the money, cash flow, everything. But what about the market mechanics that are going a certain way right now? You have seen a lot of action in the options chain. The positioning above that $120 on the options chain is huge on the put side. What do you feel about it? And if you take this swap positioning that are ongoing on this year, I think it will be. So what are your thoughts on this? Because I agree with you.
When I look at a company, I don't care about what's happening in the trading environment for that company. I only can control what I can control, which is the research I do on the company, the analysis I do, my SWOT, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, Porter's 5 forces. There's all the stuff you learn, get an MBA. You can read it in any book. I didn't get an MBA, by the way. Read Phil Fisher's book on stocks. You could read Seth Klarman's book on stocks. You could read Warren Buffett's teacher, Ben Graham's book on stocks. You could read Charlie Munger, rest in peace, his book. Learn how to analyze a company. Learn how to value a company. It'll serve you really well. You'll find gems. If you're just looking for gems based on options and shorting and stuff, that's not a way to find a great investment. You know, how'd you find NVIDIA? You could have found NVIDIA if you knew about what's going on in the AI world. You talk to some people, boots on the ground, go to some chat rooms, go around Twitter and Reddit and see what was happening in AI was something special. It's a once in a lifetime. Just look at OpenAI. You saw Chat GPT and how amazing it is. You could have said, who powers this? It took you 5 minutes and you would have realized it's NVIDIA powers this. Maybe I should buy that stock. Simple. Did you do it? Nope. Did I do it? Nope. Do I feel like an idiot? Yeah, I should have. I would have made 25 times my money. If I had call options, I would have made 2,000 times my money. I could have turned a Costco or Walmart salary and flipped the script into $1 million, millions of dollars net worth. Now I have different financial profile, but anybody, and I'm not saying that was easy to do. You'd have to time your options right, and NVIDIA didn't go up in a straight line. But the point is, there's winners out there, and y'all are obsessed with market mechanics. When I'm telling you that's not going to make you rich. Finding a great company and buying it, or finding a lousy company and shorting it, that'll make you rich. Do that over and over again, you'll be very rich. Focus on that. You're wasting time. You're wasting time in this channel right now. You could be looking at each company. Make a list of 500 companies. Go down each list, each company, and cross them out. And only keep the best ones. Play it like it's Final Four, the March Madness. Put 64 companies down and knock them out one against each other. And buy the one that's left after your 63 you eliminated. Do it as stupid as that if you have to. And that one stock that beats the other 63, you say, I'm getting the most for my value. It's great growth, great price, great management. That one that beats all 63, that's the one you buy. You know, you want the easy way out. You want one stock. I don't want to look at 64 stocks, Martin. Well, I want a six-pack of abs and huge biceps, but I eat McDonald's all day and I don't exercise. You know, I want a lot of things, but I'm not going to get the six-pack. I'm not going to get the biceps. I'm a fat slob. I should go work out. I don't want to. You know what I'm saying? A lot of you know where are there too. You know, I don't want to go work out. I don't want to go run marathons. I don't want to go do push-ups. I want to eat my McDonald's. I want to eat my ice cream. I want to sit here and do nothing. Right? It's the same thing in the stock market. You want to get big gains? All right. It's a lot of big pain. You've probably seen some of my YouTube, some of you guys, where, yeah, I'll spend 12 hours there looking at spreadsheets. Man, you think that's fun? I can go out and hang out with supermodels. I can go hang out with rappers and rock stars. You think I want to sit there and look at a spreadsheet all day? Hell no. But I do it. Why? Because I love the game. I love this game.
Excel is fun.
I can't stay away from it. I need the game.
But Martin, one quick question. So let's say you do find a winner. You pick one, you invest in it. And then suddenly, you notice it's not doing so well as you expected. The number's still good.
Oh, this is what the real investing is about. And you're giving me headaches because I remember my hedge fund days and I see some of my partners here from back then. Tell me about it, man. It's the hardest thing. When do you dump it? When do you get out? Change your mind. Well, what happened to me all the time is you think you have the winner, you lose confidence, say, man, fuck this thing. You sell it, and the next day it gets taken over or it goes up 10x, and you sit there gritting your teeth, and it's enough to drive you crazy. Why? Because this game is that hard. It is the most psychologically difficult thing in the world. And the best traders that I've ever seen are the most psychologically composed people. And there's a fantastic book called Trading to Win. It's written by a guy who passed away. His name's Ari Kiev. He was a psychologist. He was a performance psychologist. And he helped sports stars get in the zone and win. He helped Olympic athletes get in the zone and win. And he did that for a living until he met a man named Steve Cohen. And he worked for Steve Cohen. And his son works for Steve Cohen. And he sat down with the traders at Steve Cohen's fund, and he helped turn them into superstars. He did that by helping them conquer their doubts, by helping them center and stay focused, by helping them think about what was important, not think about their anxieties and their other issues that they have in life and trying to assign those to the market, which I used to do all the time. I was brought up as a child prodigy, as a young genius. I was the smartest guy in the world. But that affected me big time. It made me feel simultaneously very vulnerable, but also very much that I was always right. And I learned that I used to try to do that in the stock market. I used to try to show the market that I was right all the time. But the problem with the market is you learn from even the very best investors that you're not right all the time. The very best investors we revere, they're very vulnerable as well. They're only right 55% of the time. So I used to double down when I was in a bad position. Some of you probably do that too. I used to double down a second time, a third time, a fourth time, because I said, you know what, I'm going to be right eventually. And guess what? All it takes is you do that a few times, and if you're wrong eventually, you're done. You're out. You lose all the money. And that's happened to me more times than I like to admit, but it came from my own upbringing, my own psychology. If I didn't have that baggage that came from early in my life, where I thought I was right all the time, because my whole life people said, oh, Martin, man, he got the high scores on the test. Martin, he's the smart guy. Well, that's a bad thing when you go into the stock market, because you got to be very open-minded and very neutral and very on point to not get your head too big and get gassed up, because you could easily lose all your money. And so Trading to Win is a great book about how to stay disciplined. I wish I read it more, to be honest. It helped turn me from a bad trader to an okay trader. I'm not a good trader. I'm a good investor, I think. But trading is a game that is so hard. And, investing is not easy either. but I'm more skilled and astute to investing than trading. And you might be a better trader. In fact, most people here are probably a better trader than me. But investing is something I'm more comfortable with. The longer the time frame, the better. But anyway, I guess the point I'm making is that, this is one of the hardest games on the planet. If it were easy, as picking a stock and hoping it squeezes and stuff like that, look, everyone would do it. Everyone would be rich. But the reality is, you don't know anything more than I do. The only thing I could do is work hard, and even still, I might lose a fortune. There's hedge funds in Manhattan I could see from my window right here. They got 30, 40 guys, and they're still working. It's 7:30. They're going to be working another 4 hours. A lot of those guys are not going to make a dime this year. And maybe some of it's luck. Maybe some of it's bad luck. Maybe they suck at what they do. And they just fucking suck. And they need a new career. They got to go sell shoes. I don't know. There's a lot of people like that. They need to go find something else to do. They got lucky one year and they lost money the next 5 years. I've seen it all the time. It's just a hard game. And everyone in here who thinks they can play it and win, has your portfolio gone up 10x, 20x, 100x over time? I would say of the people in here, not many, one or two. It's hard.
Mine has, and I did buy NVIDIA as well, so that's been helpful. And I bought Cloudflare as well because
why
I
don't
saw
you take over and you tell us how to do it? I'd love to know.
And I've been long uranium as well because I've been around the nuclear space most of my life.
What's interesting about? Let me ask you this: what's interesting about uranium, and how do you buy uranium?
Yellow cake.
Okay, break it down for people that don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Why is uranium a long? Real quick, can you please give us that for 30 seconds?
I mean, it's one of the only things that matter right now. Just like AI and GPUs were one of the only things that mattered for the last couple of years, and it kind of directly, feeds into the AI and GPU thing because you need a lot of power and energy.
We need to make these data centers. My friend runs one of these companies. He's trying to build data centers. They need huge amounts of energy. Instead of connecting to the grid, maybe he'll have his own little reactor.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why a company like OKLO, who Sam Altman I don't know if he took it over or started it, is a potentially interesting play.
There you go.
But I did want to kind of circle back when the guy had brought up the bullet swaps, and then that jackass came up, and he was supposed to argue his point, but he just wanted to insult you, I guess, for that second. Because I had been poring over that information, and I just don't have enough experience looking over those financial documents, like for example on the DTCC website, of all of the swaps. And to me, as a novice looking over that data, it seems like there is something interesting there with what people are calling bullet swaps. And so I am curious if anyone kind of knows more about that or has been looking over that information for.
I'll look at it and I'll ask some people that run exchanges and things like that. But again, we're getting far from the point. You mentioned a company that sounds like it has a potential to be a 10, 20, 30, 50x because energy is really hard to come by for these data centers, and maybe nuclear is the answer. Sam Altman, like him or not, the guy's worth a couple $1 billion, maybe more. Some people say a lot more. And he's trying to create alternative forms of energy to power these GPU centers that NVIDIA is selling so many chips into. So that sounds like a really interesting play. Why not look at some of these publicly traded companies that are doing that? That's a dynamic, changing space. What the hell is changing for the good about selling video games? How could that possibly make us rich? Think about it.
Yeah,
Shkreli, how you doing, buddy?
If I want to jump in quickly, I just got a question. First of all, you're a legend. I appreciate the gems that you're providing right now to the space. People don't understand like the gems you're spitting right now. So it's hot fire, hot fire. But anyways, my question is, what's the next I know you touched on AI, but what's the next area that's going to be very disruptive in the next 5 years? Because I feel like every 5 years, 4 years.
I wish I knew, man. I wish I knew.
Just what are you looking at right now that you think it's okay? This is interesting.
I'm a value guy, so like I try to get upside without getting my shirt taken off. So my business moves are always kind of this try to have your cake and eat it too, which is hard to do. So I don't like moonshots. The moonshots that are out there, a lot of people are focused on space. Space was hot 10 years ago too. Space hasn't really panned out really well. In fact, that Richard Branson thing, right? That went bankrupt. SpaceX has worked out. Of course, AI still has room to go. You know, there's a lot
when
of
you say
yeah.
When you say space, though, you are also referencing satellites, which has been one of the largest growing industries in the world.
Everything to do with space, whether it's launching or maintenance or cleanup or God knows what. And people have all kinds of crazy space ideas, and space tourism, space hotels, space manufacturing. There's just no end to it, and I don't know which ones are good or not. I do think AI is a special thing. I really do. I think that there is room for what people call AGI, and it's very mystical and crazy. Now, NVIDIA's gone up a lot already, but there's some possibility for more upside. There aren't a lot of publicly traded companies, which makes it very sad because we used to go public so early, and now we stay private forever. Databricks, Stripe, SpaceX, Anduril, these are all really dynamic, cool companies. They're all private. You can't buy them. Sucks. So I wish companies would go public earlier, but the SEC and other things have kind of made it so that what, fuck it, stay private. And then so space is out there, AI is out there. Couple other ones that are interesting are robotics, which ties in heavily to AI. If you look at Figure, this is a company that's making unbelievable robotics, but there are many others like Ubitech and others. They're all private companies again. Now, can you find some company in America or Japan that is exposed to it or is making the chip for it or something like that? Yeah, that's what you got to do. That's what your homework is all about. Go find which company is going to benefit from this potential revolution in robotics. The problem is you got to be right that there's going to be a revolution because you don't know. I don't know. There's still ambiguity and uncertainty. For example, 3D printing was supposed to be the hot thing. Wasn't that hot? Didn't work out great. So, we don't know what's coming, what's going to be great. Some people think there's an AI bubble that's going to burst and it's going to be, big losses for everyone. Some people think it's just going to get bigger and crazier. I think that there's a lot of spaces to look at. I think self-driving cars are one of the biggest inventions ever, and that's basically AI. But all those companies are private. Now, Tesla's public. I would look into the rest of the autos to see what they're doing on self-driving. Uber is highly exposed to self-driving. Uber could be a 5x if self-driving comes out. That was Travis Kalanick's sort of dream, was that they have all this revenue, they pay it back to drivers, they didn't have to pay it back to drivers. They'd be really profitable. That'd be a 50x. Goob, what do you think?
Oh, dude, finally I can cook. How you doing, Martin?
Good. What's up?
Are you sitting down for this one?
Why? What's up?
Answer me this, please. As truthfully as you can, of course. What are your thoughts on AMC not continuing or renewing a credit loan agreement when their last one ended?
Sounds like bankruptcy.
That's like the direct opposite. What are you talking about?
When you don't renew a credit agreement. Okay, so you're saying...
Yeah, they don't need
it. Okay, yeah, I guess that's good, sure.
So that's how you perceive it, the direct flipped opposite.
Well, I guess to clarify it, yeah, that's a good thing, right? But don't they have a ton of debt? Aren't they, insolvent?
But they're not renewing a credit loan agreement, so... Did you just change your mind in the last 10 seconds or something? Or
well, I wanted to clarify what you're saying. So if they, so this is a company, as you know, that's been paralyzed. this is a company that's been paralyzed by debt. They have gigantic amount of debt and gigantic amount of interest expense. I haven't looked at the company in a while since it's been down 98% or something. I haven't needed to
good
pay
discount.
attention to it. But let me, yeah, it could be cheap. But let me look at the balance sheet real quick and more importantly, the debt prices. Because if the debt's impaired, let alone forget the equity, right? The place to play this is to trade the debt, which you can do. I mean, it's very doable to trade the debt on Interactive or something like that. But let me look at the balance sheet. So they have 624 in cash, all right? That's Q1. And they have 4.5 billion in debt. 620 on the cash side, 4.5 billion on the debt side. Not good.
Oh, dude, not good at all. Very bad.
No, very bad.
Yeah, we can't deal with that at all. I mean, that's why we're
not
signing up for a new credit loan agreement.
Sounds like bankruptcy is inevitable. I mean, they lost 200 million last quarter.
I can't really make sense of that at all with any ounce of a rational mind if they're not asking for new loan agreements.
I don't get it. You know, if they lost,
that's just like, you don't understand how that sounds astronomically backwards.
Well, let's see. So they have 5 billion in debt, right?
4.5.
Okay, and they have 600 in cash. So net 4 billion in net debt, right?
Keep going.
Am I wrong?
Keep going.
I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Were you wrong about 5 billion in debt, or was it 4.5?
Well, it's 4.5, which rounds to 5.
Rounds to 5. All right, got it.
You know, I'm just trying to make it easy, but it's actually more than 4.5 because there's short-term borrowings too. But
how much more?
It's closer to 6. It's closer to 5 than 4. I'll tell you that. So 4.5 to be exact, but yeah, 4.6, 4.7. Regardless, it's a lot. It's a huge amount. Let me see what their cash flow was last year. Hold on. So it's not good to have 4 billion in debt necessarily, but if you can manage the debt and service it, it's not bad.
What about the box office revenue about to outperform previous box office revenue with less releases out?
Hopefully it does.
Well, it is. So
hopefully that's the case because last year, let's see here.
Well, I mean, you're a fundamental guy, right?
Well, I'm just looking at this.
This is right down your alley, dude. I'm telling you.
AMC lost 215 last year. That's not as bad as the year before, where they lost.
Talking about cash burn,
cash flow from operations, yeah. And they have capex.
You got any recent numbers on cash burn or no?
2023 was last year. So full year 2023 looks like they lost around 400. Which, if you have to pay the 4 billion off, that's the wrong direction. They got to make 400, not lose 400.
Did the quarter one numbers for 2024 come out yet?
I'm sure they did, but
so what is the cash burn read there?
I'm looking at the full year 2023.
I mean, it would be smart to look at some recent.
But it looks like they lost a boatload of fucking money in Q1 too.
How much?
183.3. 188.3.
Okay, so how much was the last number you just said from 2023 as a total?
215.2 plus 225 in capex.
And what's their revenue for 2023 and what's their revenue for 2024 Q1?
I'm trying to understand your point because it looks like they're losing more money faster.
It actually looks like the opposite. So,
well, Q1 cash flow from operations was almost 200 loss.
What about their revenues, Martin?
Well, you're asking me about cash, so you're changing the subject to revenues.
Yeah,
which I'm
going to change the subject now. So,
if you want to change the subject,
what about revenue?
But before we change the subject,
okay,
I said they're losing money, more money, faster. Last year they lost around 400 total. This year they lost 200 just this one quarter. Let's look at revenue though.
Yeah, let's look at revenue because when we're trading, right, we want to buy things. Flat. We want to buy things that look like they're gonna fail, right? But then they end up prevailing. So I think it's important to look at other things too, and then you can consider to buy it cheap before it's worth a lot more.
Yeah, sure, if you can. Yeah, I mean, they have looks like revenue is flat year over year.
What was the revenue in 2022 and 2021?
Let me see. Since you asked, I will oblige.
I mean, it'd be a given to compare those numbers, right?
It was growing, of course, as COVID kind of came back. Went from 2.5 to 3.9 to 4.8.
So didn't AMC get close to bankruptcy in 2022 or 2019?
I mean, they're close to bankruptcy now.
But weren't they much closer in 2021 and 2020?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, maybe.
So what happened for that to change?
I think they raised money.
So what are we doing now?
Well, if it were me, I'd be nervous that the bondholders don't even think they're going to get 100 cents on the dollar.
How do you close a naked short position if there's no shares available?
That has nothing to do with AMC's business.
Okay, then why did AMC trade 630 million shares on May 14th, 2024?
What difference does it make? I mean, at the end of the day, the company is a dog, and most people, the market thinks it's going bankrupt.
So do you trade based on what you think the market thinks?
I mean, I think I take into account.
Why wouldn't you trade the opposite? Because that's where most people are they're thinking, right?
I think it's important to look at.
I think you're contradicting yourself, Martin.
Well, hold on. I think it's important to look at whatever information's available, and I think that the fact that the AMC bonds are impaired is not a good thing. Now, having said that, I don't disagree that it's good to be a contrarian, and it's good to try to find situations that are misunderstood, and that you have a totally different take on what's happening. That is how you make money, right?
Yeah, of course.
So maybe everything about AMC is misunderstood, but I mean,
that's how most things are before they create a bunch of wealth, right?
Some things just are what they look like.
Yeah, but but Wall Street is known. Wall Street is known for making things look or appear bad before they become good, right? I mean, you're familiar with that world, so.
I mean, I don't think Wall Street. Like, look at Nvidia, right? I mean,
MSNBC was, and Jim Cramer was talking about shorting it right before it ran to $1,000. So.
I don't watch those things, but I think that most people on Wall Street knew about the successful AMD story. AMC. I'm sorry, what am I talking about?
You almost had it, dude.
And this, people have just been bullish on Nvidia, and it's just been nonstop beating everyone's expectations.
Are you bullish on Nvidia?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Did you see the CEO just signed some chick's tits today?
I did.
That's that's so bullish, right?
It's bullish.
It's conservative of the CEO to do that. It's
almost
the
biggest company, almost the biggest company in the world now.
Yep, and totally justified too.
I think so.
Yeah, because Apple's around the same size right now, and they generate $90 billion a quarter. Well,
just not growing is the problem.
What's that?
They're just not growing is the issue.
Oh, okay. So how long does it take to grow?
I mean, Nvidia is tripling, which is unheard of for the company their size.
Oh, you're saying Apple's not growing?
No.
Okay.
Compared to Nvidia, they're not growing. That's why Nvidia's got the same market cap, even though they're much smaller, because people assume that they're going to grow much faster.
Why isn't Nvidia making $90 billion a quarter when they just had their first $20 billion quarter?
Well, I think that they're going to keep growing, and they're much more high margin than Apple, and we'll see what happens. But getting back to AMC, the 2027 bonds for AMC are trading at 61 cents on the dollar.
What about the 2026 bonds? You just glance over that or something?
I mean, there's lots of bonds. These guys
but the 2026 bond is the one that has the foot on our neck right now, right? Arguably,
these guys have more debt than you can imagine. They have debt for days. I don't know how they're going to get out of it by losing money.
So what about the 2026 bonds, Martin?
You tell me what those bonds are trading for.
All right,
I can be a dickhead to you too.
Goofball.
You're the one that sounds like a goofball. I can be a dickhead to you too.
I can be 10 times the dickhead you are. I'm an expert at being a dickhead. I'm the biggest dickhead in the world. So if you want to play that game with me, we can. But I suggest you check your tone before I get angry and I turn back to the old me. Stop the bullshit.
Dude, you're only making yourself.
All right. You know what? I hear through the wire that you got that attitude again. I didn't need more than a half a second. I'll smack the shit out of you if I saw you. You understand me? Now you're getting me turned. Now you're getting me heated. You're turning me back to the old me, and I don't like it. I stopped being this man. I became somebody else. And you're turning me back, and I don't like it at all. I told my family I wouldn't be like this anymore. The 2027 bonds are at 61 cents because people think they're not getting their money back. What's up, Kitty? When you lend money on the block and you know you're not getting your money back, that's called bankruptcy. I'm getting 61 cents back from this guy I lent 100 to. That's the situation with AMC. This isn't a fucking company that's going to survive, dude. The stock's down 98%. What are you smoking? Like, seriously, you're fucking high. Go fucking, I don't know what. Like, go buy the bonds, I guess. Like, that's the only thing you could do here. If you think that they somehow avoid bankruptcy, go buy the bonds. You make 25%. Stock's fucking dead, dude. There's no hope for the stock. But, you know, you're causing me to revert and go back to a place that I don't want to visit where, you know, I had to survive in the jungle 5 years. Crazy people around me, strapped with a shank, strapped with a lock and a sock. Yeah, what you know about a lock and a sock? Lock and a sock, one of the deadliest weapons. I had all Albanians around me, Italians, Haitians, Jamaicans. I made friends with all of them. Why? Because guys like you run your mouth and you're near me. I snap my fingers and I tell the homie, I said, listen, that's the guy right there. And he says, say less. And you're both out of here. It's over. And I'm sitting there sipping my coffee like nothing happened. Like it's nothing. And that's an everyday thing for me. So you go buy the stock. Fuck do I care? You're buying stock in a bankrupt company. You're buying stock where the bonds aren't going to make it. How the fuck is the equity going to make it, my man? It's not going to. It's over for you. It's over the second you cross me. And so anybody else in this space want to raise their voice at me? Please let me be a nice guy today. What's up?
Martin, do you think
somebody else?
I was going to say, do you think it's kind of just weird that there's so much commentary around GameStop and AMC at this current moment? Because I mean, the last 2-3 years, we haven't heard from Jim Cramer, we haven't heard from Andrew Left about GameStop, but it's just all of a sudden, when RoaringKitty posts a meme, that everybody's now very vocal, and it's just very comical, I guess, at why everybody is having commentary right now.
You're 100% right, and I will say that there's some hate and some jealousy around RoaringKitty. I'll say it. I'll admit it. It's not necessarily me. And the hate doesn't come from the money. There's plenty of rich people. There's always somebody richer than you. There's even if you're the richest, quote unquote, richest man in the world, guess what? Mohammed bin Salman is even richer. Saudi Arabia's got more money than anybody. So suck a dick, Elon. There's
you
always
suck a
somebody
dick,
richer.
you dumb fuck.
All right. I'll play with you. I'll play a game with you. Give me a minute.
Let's go, bitch.
I got something for you.
What the fuck you got? You ain't got shit.
All right. I'm in a better mood now. I got that shit off my chest earlier. There's always somebody richer, right? And Keith, he did good, right? Great. What people like me don't like about Keith, and this is finally coming out after hours, so I can let my guard down. What we don't like is the way this guy does it. I don't mind people being richer.
more successful, whatever the case is. I don't like that he posts a meme. All right? I'm going to tell it to you straight. Enough with the bullshit. I don't like it. Why? Because that's not what we do. We work hard. We look at every stock. We go talk to every management team. We fly around the world, sleepless nights, tossing and turning, looking for every stock in the world. And this man posts a meme. I don't like that. It's not the way it's done. It's not pure. It's like taking steroids or something. You know? I just don't like that. The rest of my guys, we don't like it either. It's cute, haha, cool trick. Now you're talking about 5 million shares. You're talking about another 12 million shares. Hold up. Where's the research? And it's the same fucking stock that you bought 5 years ago. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I pray on his downfall. Why? Not because of the money. I hope everybody gets money. It's a beautiful thing. I pray on his downfall because the process is holy to me. That's why I'm on this call, because it's a holy sacrament, the way I manage these spreadsheets, the way I look at these stocks. You are witnessing magic when I look at a stock, when I break it down, when I look in the eyes of the CEO and I ask them, are they really about it? Do they have that dog in them? And I look, and over 25 years of looking in those eyes, I could tell what I got to do. I get off, call my guy, sell it all. And he says, he doesn't even say anything. He just does it. He says, hangs up the phone. He says to other traders, he don't have that dog in him. And we sell everything. What I do is special. What this guy's doing is making a mockery of what we do. Making a mockery of the pain and grueling work that we do. I was walking around Central Park yesterday with an investor. I got stopped 8 times by bankers, mostly Indian guys. Bankers, traders, shook my hand, took a picture, said, Shkreli, you trained me, man. Your videos trained me. I'm on Wall Street now. I'm making it big. I said, yeah, kid. All right, great. Thank you. I'm thankful for every fan that I get. But when I see somebody take that magic, that work, and they pervert it and they make a meme of it, or they say YOLO, I get mad. And I pray on their downfall. I might even arrange their downfall if I have to, because I just don't like it. And I don't want to see people doing good when they don't put in the work. It makes me a hater. You know, and you don't have to look further to other industries where people do that all the time anyway. Look at Drake. People hate on him. Why? I don't know. They just do. You know, other industries all everywhere. People look at a guy who inherited his wealth. They look at him. I wish you could see the face I'm making right now. They look at him kind of sideways. He didn't work for that. He got that from his dad. I had to work for mine, and I still outworked him. That's what's really going on here. It's a lot of people. If this guy posted a 100-page paper about why he likes GameStop, I would bow down and say, you know what? Good, man. You told me why this stock's going to go up. But what he posts is an insult. It's an insult to how you're supposed to play the game and do what we do. And if he ends up in jail, that may not be the worst thing that could happen to him. Let me just say that.
You went to jail for securities fraud, you dumb fuck.
Yeah? Hell yeah, I did.
And you're over
So
here
what?
acting like you're holier than thou. You're a dumb piece of shit.
I'm not holier than thou. I'm not holier than thou. I'm a straight criminal. I don't give a fuck.
You are a fucking criminal, and you're out here
I'm
acting like
criminal.
you know what the fuck you're talking about. Get the fuck out of here, you dumb bitch.
I may not be a criminal for long, but right now I'm a criminal, and I love it.
Cannot wait for your dumb fucking ass to get back in jail so you can get fucking your ass pounded again.
How's that gonna happen? You keep talking that shit, I might violate a
Bring
white
it,
boy.
bitch.
I might violate a white boy. I will. Come to New York City. Come to 42nd Street. Ask about me. Go ahead.
Ask about you, little bitch,
Ask
dude. You
about
won't
me.
do fucking
Ask
shit.
about me. You go to 44th Street, 5th Avenue. You come to my office. You ask the doorman. You ask the coffee guy. Ask him about me. You're not going to make it very far, man. I'm surrounded with goons. Surrounded. Half those guys did time. All right? You really want to make this an issue on the streets? Keep it Wall Street. All right? I don't want to be a part of that life. There's nothing cool about the ghetto. There's nothing cool about a life of crime. There's nothing cool about violence. People around you dying, falling into comas. That's not cool, bro. Nobody wants that. You think a thug on the street is happy when he kills somebody? Hell no. It's pain, bro. We don't want that. We want a different life of just making money, being happy, eating hors d'oeuvres, eating caviar, just getting money nonstop. Living the good life. Nobody wants to get into fights. So keep me out that mess, man. You're dragging me down into a life of bullshit that I escaped from. I grew up in Brooklyn. I grew up in the streets. I wasn't supposed to ever touch Wall Street, ever. And you're trying to hate on me? Yeah, I did a little time. It wasn't even about I didn't defraud anybody, man. I was just hated on by the system. I made my investors money. I took care of them. I never took a dime for myself. I beat 5 charges. I'm going to beat these other 3. You watch. I'm not going to be a felon in 24 months. You watch. But at the end of the day, don't act like because I'm a felon it's a bad thing. President Trump's a felon now. Joe Biden could be a felon in 12 months. This felony thing is nonsense. Is bullshit. Almost every hedge fund is a felony somewhere hiding in it. So don't act like our country wasn't founded on crime. All right? What was George Washington? He said, I'm not paying these taxes. Instead, I'm going to kill you. That's a criminal. All right? So stop trying to be like you're better than somebody or I'm a bad guy. Like I did something to you or your family. I don't fucking know you. And trust me, you don't want to fucking know me. Next question.
I got a question.
I got a question. I had my hand up for an hour.
That was straight
statement.
facts.
You're a bitch.
This is
Yo,
funny.
Martin, nice to meet you.
What's up?
Hey, I got a question. Bitch. I got a question a little bit more on this whole share situation. Maybe you can insight me. What's going on where
keep sucking
there's
Kenny's
all these
dick,
people
bitch boy.
saying that they have like more shares registered and
I ain't
they're
scared
trying
of
to
you,
do stuff?
I'm not really sure what you're asking me.
There's because I'm only loosely on it, but they're saying there's something where they're trying
Martin's
to
a little
prove about
bitch.
more shares. And
He
there's something
sucked
called
dick in
direct
prison to keep
devastation.
himself safe. Suck dick. He's a
Who's
bitch.
Who's even saying that? I can't tell because of the app. Now look, I know you've seen some movies, some prison movies, but this shit ain't a movie. Okay? So like I said, keep your life the way it is. All right? Don't come into my Venn diagram of life. You're good on your side of the Venn diagram. All right? Don't try to be a tough guy all of a sudden. I didn't ask to be around fucking murderers and killers. I didn't ask to swim in their fucking ocean. All right? And don't tempt fate, man. That's all I got to say. Don't tempt fate. Don't try to be something you're not because you're in a stock that's not fucking going up because you're an idiot. Don't try to make something a bigger issue because I do make things bigger issues. Look at the track record. Look at the resume. I'm fucking crazy like that, all right? So just don't make me angry again. Ever again.
Facts. You was fucking tough, you little bitch. Keep fucking threatening. What the fuck are you gonna do? You fucking felon piece of shit.
Wait, is this a repeat? Are you just playing tracks of yourself over and over again? I've been popping out in and all day.
Who is even talking? Because I don't know who's talking.
You've been at it for 5 hours.
What's your name? Double D, homie, Anthony. Who is it?
Oh, it is real.
No,
Okay.
I didn't even
I just
talk yet.
was
Can
a
I talk?
concern because I heard the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, what's your question, Anthony?
I don't want to get
Martin sucks dick.
phones. I don't want
Bro,
to
he
get.
didn't even answer my question. Dude,
I
talk
can't
about the
keep
Who gives a
track of who's.
fuck with this
shares.
piece of shit one?
Oh, it's homie.
I want to
Oh, it's your
hear. I want to
homie.
hear the real. Like, what am I missing here?
It's the guy who's been in AMC and GameStop. Oh man, I feel bad for you, bro. What's
All
your
right.
day job, homie?
Do I
What's your
get
day job?
well?
Well,
What do you do for a living?
I'm trying to see about the whale situation. If
Keep
what
threatening,
they're
bitch.
alleging is true, then some.
All right, fuck your questions, dude. What do you do for a living, homie? Tell me, man. How do you make your money?
Don't worry about what I
Damn,
fucking do, bitch.
it's not from AMC. I can tell you that. Poor guy, man.
Keep fucking muting me, you dumb fuck.
Man.
Martin, I have a question.
I got a question. How many dicks did you suck in prison, little bitch?
0. I'm not gay.
Oh, you just took it in the ass, huh?
No, there are gay people in
Albanians
prison,
just pounding that ass.
No, you don't understand. There are homosexual people in prison. It's not all straight people.
Yeah, you're the gay one, bitch. Sucking dick to keep your ass safe. But that didn't work
No,
because your ass got pounded.
you're missing the point. There are gay men in prison that meet each other and have sex with each other. Rape in prison is not really rape. It's just gay people. I was also at a low security prison. So I know you have these strange sexual images and fantasies in your head. That's all on you. Maybe you're turned on by that or interested in that, but it's just not what you're saying, bro. You just talk to some people in the space and you'll better understand it, I guess, if that's what you're interested in.
Facts.
Okay. Well, I'm glad we
I had
reached an agreement there.
Sidetrack question. This is Anthony. Can you hear me?
What's up? Yes. Hey.
Now I don't want to get shanked with the phone, so I heard all your stories just now. So, how did you like the album that you bought? You still own it?
Well, I just played it about an hour ago. Yeah.
Oh, you're allowed to play it now.
I played the entire album. Yeah.
Oh, all right, good. That was the question. I didn't get to hear it. You played the entire album?
I played clips from the entire album. Yeah, the first time ever that it's been heard, and it's each track has been heard.
Well, it's not the first time for me.
How'd you hear it?
Well, you could do your research. You see my name.
Well, the Pleaser DAO guys had a little party. I know that.
What's that?
The Pleaser DAO guys had a little listening party. But other than
I didn't go to a listening party to hear it, but yeah, I did hear it.
I don't know how else anybody heard it though.
Well, there's ways that other people could hear it. If you look up my name, you'll be able to figure it out.
What? I have to play this guessing game. What way is that?
It's not a guessing game. You don't have to guess.
Well, you tell me.
I was just curious if you still had the album or you still had access to the album.
Well, I just played it, but you're not telling me. I'm being transparent with you, but you're not telling me how you heard it.
I heard it because I worked on it.
Oh, with Silver Rings?
Yeah, I worked with Silver Rings for years. But
cool.
All the rest of the guys that you did you have a run-in with Ghost or no?
No, we're all friends, dude. Come on.
Oh, you're friends now? I didn't know. It's an honest question.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that in this industry, as you know, any publicity is kind of good publicity. Whatever keeps you in the news, keeps people buying records. The last thing in the world you want is no one talking about you.
Okay, I mean, I heard a bunch of stuff just now, so I was curious.
No, I think there's a mutual respect, appreciation of spirit, love of the music.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly love yelling and quarreling and arguing with each other, but none of it is malicious. It's more of a storytelling with each other to get our mutual fans interested in talking to each other and hearing the backs and forths. It's art. in a lot of ways. I made a video insulting him that was an art piece, quite frankly, and he made
Back
a
then,
video.
I mean, we're talking about it years later. Was it art back then?
It was a mix, you know. I'd say that I had
Maybe,
I
I
had a
guess, if you want to say that.
no, I had a smile on my face, and I think he did too. And you know, if there was something
He didn't have a
that
smile
was,
on his face, I don't think.
I don't know. I think we all did. I mean, it was tongue in cheek and happy to be in the news. People are saying your name when you're an artist. People are saying your name and listening to your music. You're happy. You
I don't
know,
know that it was tongue in cheek, but I'll go with that if that's what you want to go with.
that's what I think.
Okay.
Okay, what else is going on? I think I have to get back to work. My friends and colleagues are probably wondering what the fuck I've been doing.
Oh, hey,
Since you're a big guy,
I thought you was gonna play it for us again.
Wait a minute. Since you're a big music guy, I see we have Tyrese Gibson has joined the space.
Okay.
Interesting. And but yeah, I had a question about a GameStop. Do you think
Track 6
with the whole herd movement behind GameStop, I think like there's a reason behind the whole movement why they're getting people to buy shares and trying to believe in this whole company?
I think it's
or track 7. That'd be a good one.
Those sounded pretty good, actually. I haven't listened in a while. But hey, GameStop can put it out if they want, right? So anyway, yeah, I mean, I kind of think that it's a convenient narrative. Everybody likes a movement that gets them involved and everyone feels important, because in Wall Street, the little guy doesn't feel important. And the way you get even on Wall Street is you become a big guy, and it's doable, especially if you trade smaller stocks. You can become a big guy in some small stocks. But no, everyone wants to feel like a big guy, and it just is, you know, this movement is a feel-good movement. Now the problem is the stock's not going to go up, so that's going to feel bad. So I think that's kind of where I'm at there. I've been taking a lot of time here. I hope you guys are entertained. Some of this stuff was meant to be funny. You know, I love to entertain people. Some of it was meant to be informative. If you learned one thing at all, I'm happy. You know, I wish everyone the best. I'm not short the stock as of now. I hope it goes to $100 million per share for you, so you are richer than Warren Buffett. Unfortunately, you know, I also wish I was 6'8", super handsome, with chiseled abs. It's very unlikely, but for your sake, I hope it happens. And why don't you, for my sake, just say a prayer for me, and hopefully I'll wake up and I'll be 6'8". Have a great day, everyone. Thank you so much.